等会儿 Gary, we're ready.
Yes.
Our first case is on page 10. Inspector John Claude Noel, case number CE 2306-0261, case address 1209 Northeast Fifth Avenue, owner Black Star Investment Group LLC, posted at property 9/7/23, posted at City Hall 9/14/23.
Good morning, everyone. Jean-Claude Noel.
Swear to respondent in. Will you please raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
Yes. Good morning, everyone. Jean-Claude Noel from the city of Fort Lauderdale for community enhancement. This case for CE 23060-261, property address 1209 Northeast Fifth Avenue. This property was first inspected on 6/8/2023 and was given time to correct for the following violations. As of today, 47-20.20 H, there are parking facilities that are not maintained at this property. 47-34.1.8.1. There is illegal land use occurring at this property, including but not limited to a boat, a trailer, and a commercial trailer, commercial cargo container, and other miscellaneous items. This is an illegal land use and the RMN 25 zoning. 47-21.11.8. The landscape conditions on this property are not in compliance with the ULDR conditions of the city of Fort Lauderdale. There are missing ground cover that requires landscaping maintenance. 18-12A. There are overgrowth, trash, rubbish, and debris on this property and or its swale. A pre-hearing inspection was billed on September 27th, and the following violations have not been complied as depicted on the photos. The city is requesting compliance for 10 days to comply or a fine of $100 per day per violation thereafter for 18-12A. The city is requesting compliance for 28 days to comply or a fine of $100 per day per violation thereafter for 47-20-20H, 47-34, 1.8, 1 point, and 47-21.11.A.
What did you say for the last three? How many days?
28 days now.
28 days for,
28 days to comply or $100 per day per violation, ma'am.
okay, so please state your name for the record.
Kwame Mills.
Welcome. Are you willing to bring this property into compliance within the next 28 days? For the first three violations and pick up the trash within 10 days?
The first three violations was what again? Is that the grass?
Parking facilities have not been maintained. There's a boat and a trailer that needs not to be there, and the landscaping. There's missing ground cover.
Okay, yes, I can remove the boat and the trailer. It's the parking facility that I definitely need some more time.
Okay,
I've
how
gotten
much
some
time do you
quotes.
think you need?
If I could get 90 days, I'll truly appreciate it. I'm also in the process of getting a place drawn up to build on it. So there's a good chance that I could have permits. The tiles and stuff you see on it is for the building I'm building on top.
Okay,
The container is another problem, moving it. If I could have 90 days, I can have everything prepared.
what's the city position on 90 days for the parking facility?
Your Honor, supervisor can ask us to the Fort Lauderdale compliance. That's fine. It's a vacant lot. It's not being maintained in a terrible bad condition. He does have to get some stuff done to the front parking facilities. The city is okay with 119 days for him to take care of the front parking area. We also be asking for an order to reappear so we can see the status of the property. He came along. The other two violations should be simple to come into compliance with. So the 1812A, of course, any type of trash, rubbish, debris, zero around the area on the swell, 10 days to comply with that. The illegal land use for the trailer, will give you 28 days to find somewhere to store the trailer and the boat. And landscaping maintenance, so all around that fence and the things inside of the vacant lot.
Yeah.
That's just 10 days. That should be enough for 10 days to take care of that and be able to do anything you have. Is it any missing ground cover as well inside of the lot?
Not inside the basement.
Okay, so
Just the landscaping and cleaning.
on the exterior where he has to do the parking,
Yes.
right?
Yes,
So
ma'am.
We'll go with 47, 20, 47, 12, 11, 8, 10 days, magistrate. 47, 20, 28, 119 days. And for, 47, 34.1A, 28 days, and 10 for 18, 12A.
Or $100.
Or $100 per day thereafter.
Okay,
And
I'm gonna ask you to, it's the 119 days for 47-20 and 47-21.
no, just 47-20.20H, the parking facilities, are the
Okay,
ones who are saying 119 days before.
all right. So we have 119 days, 2 at 28 and 1 at 10.
That's correct. Magistrate.
Okay, all right. Okay, so ordered,
In order to repair.
and in order to reappear.
Okay, thanks a lot. So do I get something to write?
You're gonna get an order.
It'll come in the mail?
Yes, yes.
All right, thank you.
Our next case is on page 38. Inspector Patrice Gali. Case number CE 22100523, case address 3065 Northwest 19th Street, owner A Shaw's Plaza LLC. This case was first heard 7/27/23 to comply by 8/6/23 and 8/31/23. Three sections not complied at $150 per day, $12,600 accrued. The city is requesting the full amount and the fines continue to accrue. Good morning. Will you please raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
Yes. Good morning, Your Honor. Senior Code Officer Patrice Valley for the city of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case CE 221-00523 for the property located at 3065 Northwest 19th Street. This case was last heard on July 27, 2023, when the magistrate found for the city. As of a pre-hearing inspection conducted on September 22nd, 2022, violations 18-1.9-306 and BCZ 39-215F remain. The city is requesting that the fines be imposed as read.
Please state your name for the record.
Isaac Jones.
Okay, Ms. Jones, why is it taking so long to bring the property into compliance?
Well, right now, when I came, we did the painting, we did most of what was required. Right now, I run out of money because I have some people that are on the property right now that invade the property. As of 5 o'clock, we cannot do any more business over there because they just take over the property. And they desecrate in the back, the BM, and I have a maintenance guy that cleans up every day. And it's just a mess. They throw garbage. They knock my sign down. They knock out my front glass because I'm trying to tell them to move. They shut out my back glass. I'm going through hell. I called representative. I called Pam. I called the police. Call the police. The police have something. They come out there. They're stealing my light. They just vandalize my property. Nobody to call.
How much longer do you think you need to get the property into compliance?
Yes, but he does most of what he wants. The only thing, I called Mr. Patrice several times, no response. I called the city. He said I should call them back. I should call him back.
Okay,
So
how long
I'm
do
not
you think
getting
you need
no
to bring the
support.
property into compliance?
Can you give me 90 days? Look at this. Look on the garbage that the homeless do with the property.
Okay,
You know, so so when they do it at night, they just garbage the whole place. When you get there in the morning and see the property. I
okay,
did the parking
that's
lot last
complied.
week.
We have that complied, so that's not an issue before me today. It's the other
What is the
issues.
issue?
So the painting needs to be done in the back of the building.
I already did. I did it from when I came here,
Okay,
we did
so
it the same day. The maintenance guy
I
painted it.
spoke to the maintenance guy one time I went there and it wasn't painted, because I went there on the 22nd, and
But
there's
it
still
is-
stains
it
on
is-
the
it
wall
is
and different
painted.
things like that.
Because he got it done.
And
because
also to the parking lot needs to be resurfaced. And that was
I
one
did that
thing.
last year. And because the city told me to do it, I did it last year. It cost me so much money. And right now, the guys, they messed it up again. 1 year now I did that.
Special Magistrate, Hula Daleko Compliance Supervisor, just for the record, this case has been ongoing almost, or coming up to a year now, since it's open since October of last year. I think from our standpoint, we've extended as much time and leeway possible. I understand the hurdles that property owner has had in the meantime, but
On my docket, it says it was first heard in July of this year, however.
Yeah.
So I'm inclined to give her a little bit more time and,
Will you
maybe,
give me 90 days?
no, I don't think I can give you 90 days.
Because now I have to get the money to get it done. Because what Mr. Patrice is saying that I have to do the
All
whole
right, I'm gonna
parking
give
lot
you
over.
63 days and suspend the fines during that time. But that's gonna be your last extension, okay?
Okay.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Our next case is on page 20, Inspector Patrice Jolly.
That's Diego's case.
Sorry, 216.
It's Diego.
For Diego.
Right, yep. Next case, page 20, Inspector Diego Santos, case number CE 23060073. Case address 216 Southwest 22nd Avenue, owner Clifton Rose, posted at property 9/19/23, posted at City Hall 9/14/23. Good morning, will you please raise your right hand? Yes. Do you swear or affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
Yes.
Go ahead. Diego.
Good morning. Inspector Diego Santos, represent the city of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case CE 23060073. This property was first inspected on June 17, 2023 by Senior Inspector Patrice Jolly, and the following violations were observed. 9-305B, the landscape on this property is now being maintained in a neutral kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover in the soil area. 18-12A is complied. 9-280H1.
One second. Sorry, we're having technical difficulties.
Yeah, that's the one. All right, so continue. So violation 18-12A is complied. Violation 9-280H1, it is complied. Violation 9-304B, the gravel driveway is worn, the areas where dirt is waste dirt and is showing grass that is growing through it. And violation 47-34-181 is complied. The city is requesting 28 days for the property owner to come into compliance or face a fine of $50 per violation thereafter. I did speak with the owner, explain to him when it has to be done, and I'll let him speak.
Okay, sir, please state your name for the record.
Thank you very much. I'm not hearing a whole lot of what you're saying.
Says it can't, hear what you're saying.
What I don't know about.
Okay, can you please state your name for the
Clifton
record?
Rose,
Okay, all right. Are you willing to complete bringing the property into compliance in the next 28 days?
what they have as a picture right now is what's the old, what's old. They didn't go and get a new
No,
picture
there's
to
a
see
new-
what was on there.
No, there's a new picture. I just took it yesterday.
That's the new picture.
No, that's not the new picture. There you go, that's the new picture.
No. That's still an old picture.
No, that's the new picture. I took, yeah, the 27.
When you touch that,
Yeah, it was yesterday.
get any closer, then you get any closer. Okay, all right, so. Alrighty, that's what it is, so,
Okay, so do
I
you,
still need to put some more, what do you call it?
So you have to put
White
it,
sand on the front right there,
Mhm.
which I'm planning to do. Because I'm doing it by myself, I don't have no one to help me.
okay, sir, can you complete the driveway and the landscape within the next 28 days?
So good,
Can you complete the driveway and the landscape within the next 28 days?
yes,
Okay,
because
all
I'm
right,
trying to go back and get more
okay.
of the
Okay.
sand and put on there, because
All right,
I don't have enough.
Okay, so I'm gonna order it completed within 28 days.
Okay,
After that, you'll face a fine, so if you run into a problem, make sure you contact the inspector.
okay,
Okay,
that's you.
yeah,
And y'all just
Okay.
saying, he's saying white sand on magistrate, he needs to understand that it shouldn't be sand, it should be, if he's talking about gravel, you're talking about the gravel
Right,
rocks.
yeah,
Okay.
I mean, I
All
got
right.
white sand driving,
okay. All right, thank you, sir, for your cooperation.
okay,
all right, thank you. Take care,
Free to
Magistrate.
go.
all right, thank you.
Our next case is on page 14, Inspector Patrice Jolly, case number CE 230502990, case address 1106 Northwest 7th Street, numbers 1 through 4. Owner Leventon Real Estate LLC, posted at property 9/15/23, posted at City Hall 9/14/23.
What was the case number?
23050290. Good morning, sir. Will you please raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
Yes.
Go ahead, Patrice.
Good morning, Your Honor. Senior Code Officer Patrice Jolly for the city of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case CE 230500290 for the property located at 1106 Northwest 7th Street. This property was first cited on May 10th, 2023, and cited for the following violations. 9-363 is complied. 9-306, the exterior building walls have not been maintained. The soffit area the soffit has an area of missing peel and paint. This is a recurring violation of case number CE 22040546. 9-280B complied. 9-305B, the landscape of this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover. 18-12A is complied. But that violation is there's overgrowth, trash and debris on this property and as well. This is also a recurrent violation of case number CE 22040546. A re-inspection was conducted on May 30th, 2023, where the violations remain and a print form was submitted for supervisory review. Pre-hearing inspection was conducted on September 22nd and on September 23rd, 2023, where the violations 9-306, 9-305B remain as depicted in the photos. The city is requesting a finding of fact for violations 18-12A and 9-306. The city is also requesting 28 days to comply at $100 per day per violation thereafter. And that goes for 9306 and 9305B.
We're good. Correct.
That's it. Those two pictures are the only ones?
That's, it's a different.
Oh, I was gonna say that.
That's it. Right. Okay. Take me out of order. Those are correct, Patrice?
Yes.
Okay.
The right one?
Yes. Excuse me?
It's a lot more.
That was the last.
Okay, cool, good. That's it.
Okay, sir, please state your name for the record.
Peter Lemieux.
Okay, Mr. Lemieux, it appears you've gotten started on and gotten some of this stuff done. Is 28 days good to complete the project?
Yes,
Okay, perfect. Thank
yeah,
you.
I think we're in compliance as of yesterday, but
Okay,
looking at some of these pictures now, I'm going, well, we might need more grass.
No, those were taken from the 23rd, so that's not yesterday.
Yeah,
That's-
but I only put, you have a picture right there of the swale.
Mhm.
There was a broken piece of furniture there that I removed myself. And my guys put grass there yesterday, but those paint cans are probably still there. So I need to go by there and look and see how much more sod we
okay,
need.
so 28 days or $100 a day thereafter.
Okay,
All right, thank
That's
you so
fine.
much, sir.
thank you.
Thank you.
Our next case is on page 15. We need. Julio. Julio. Bring him out. We gotta bring the next person in. You're gonna get What I go?
I'm right here, ma'am. They'll tell you. Yeah, got it.
All right, our next case, page 15, Inspector Patrice Jolly, case number CE 22110014, case address 966 Northwest 17th Avenue. Owner Kathy Annette Lawson and Raymond L. Lawson for personal service on 9/6/23, posted at City Hall 9/14/23. Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
Will you please raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
Yes, ma'am.
Go ahead, Patrice.
Good morning, Your Honor. Senior Code Officer Patrice Raleigh for the city of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case CE 22110014 for the property located at 966 Northwest 17th Avenue. This property was first inspected on November 2nd, 2022, and cited for the following violations. 9-280B, the roof of subject property appears to be deteriorated and not properly maintained. There is a blue tarp covering the entirety of the roof. 9-308B is compliant. 18-4.c, there are derelict vehicles being stored on the property. As per definition of derelict vehicle, under section 8.3, vehicles were observed wrecked in an overall state of abandonment and neglect, expired registrations and inoperable. 9-304B, the gravel driveway on this property was observed to be in disrepair. There are areas of the gravel driveway that are not surfaced with hard dustless materials and maintained in a smooth and well-graded condition. 47-34.1.8. There is illegal land use occurring at this RD 15 zone property. There is outdoor storage of miscellaneous items covered by a blue tarp, and there is unpermitted storage of derelict vehicles on the property. 9-280H1, the wood fence at this property is in disrepair and is not being maintained as required. Areas of the wood fence are observed to be broken and missing pieces. In addition to the wood fence was observed to be leaning and missing proper support. Reinspection was conducted on May 8th, 2023, where the violations remain, and a print form was submitted for supervisor review. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on September 21st, 2023, with violations 9-280H1, 9-280B, 18-4.c, 9-304B, and 4734.1.8.1 remain as depicted in the photos. The city is requesting 10 days to comply for violation 18-C and 63 days for the remaining violations at $25 a day per violation thereafter.
Vehicles, what you say, 10?
Yes, 10. Everything else is, I'm just giving her some time because she brought it up to me that she has, a contract agreement with the city to fix her roof.
Okay,
So she's got to get contractors and other stuff lined up. So I just give her 63 days and maybe order to reappear so that we can see how it goes after that.
okay. Please state your name.
Lieutenant Greenbaum.
Okay, welcome. Is 63 days enough time for you to finish the violations?
I don't know, the city they awarded me $60,000 October the 24th, 2022.
Okay,
It's taking them that long to fix my house. Okay, the fence, they gotta go in the back to fix my roof.
okay,
I put the grass down in the front, the gravel, they gotta come in the back, they gotta drive all in the back, they gonna drive on the gravel. I've been waiting on to do it. The cars, I got rid of one of the cars. Okay, I'm gonna get my son to get rid of the other one.
okay.
Okay, the storage stuff, I moved that out the way.
All right.
Okay, what else you say? What else you say?
No, that was it. You just got the most pressing thing is just to get the car taken care of, like you said, you move it and everything else within the 63 days. You have time to, whenever the everything is lined up with the
I need for the
contractors and
city,
everything.
can y'all make the city come? It's been a whole year for them to come fix my house. It's been a whole year and it's raining every day. Y'all can't do nothing about that. I've been granted $60,000 to fix my house.
Right,
October the 24th for 2022. It's going on October the 2023.
Yeah, unfortunately, I don't have any control over that aspect of the city. What I do have a control over is, the violations that you're charged with. What I think we should do is give you the 63 days, 10 days to get rid of the car, because that's been a while. Okay. But 63 days for the rest of it, and then you'll come back and see me on November 30th and give me a progress report, okay? And, I can't give you legal advice, but you need to get in touch with the
Miss Avers.
yeah. And tell them that I've issued an order to get the property into compliance and that you can't do it unless they act,
Okay,
all right?
I'm going down as soon as I leave.
Good,
Okay, thank you.
all right, you're welcome.
I'm finished.
You're
Thank you.
finished.
I'll get the hell out of here.
So we didn't mean to.
I'm gonna send Miss Avis, an email.
Please do.
Yes, ma'am.
It's been a whole year, it's been every day, and the city started following. It's don't feel all the way down now.
Okay,
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, you're next. So cute. Our next case is on page 38, Inspector Patrice Jolly, case number CE 21100122. Case address 2800 Northwest 20th Street, owner G.H. Leslie and Helen R. Leslie. This case was first heard 3/24/22 to comply by 7/22/22. Suspension noted on the agenda. One section complied at $25 per day for a total of $4,050. 3 sections not complied at $25 per day for a total of $19,350. $23,400 accrued. The city is requesting the full amount and the fines continue to accrue. Good morning. Will you both please raise your right hand?
Raise your right hand.
Do you swear or affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Go ahead, Patrice.
Good morning, Your Honor. Senior Code Officer Patrice Jolly for the city of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case CE 21100122 for the property located at 2800 Northwest 23. This case was last heard on June 29th, 2023, when the Magistrate Conference City has a pre-hearing inspection conducted on September 23rd, 2023. Violations 18-12A, 9-306, and BCZ 39-296 remain. The city's requesting the fine be imposed as read.
okay, please state your name, whoever's going to speak first.
Yes, my name is Gene Leslie.
And I'm Helen Leslie.
Okay, this has been going on for a really long time. Can you tell me, why we can't get this property into compliance?
Well, the thing has been is that since we've been having these violations, I have been doing my best to clear them up. And they started off with the violation for one thing, then when they come out to check with that, then they add another violation later, then another violation after that. When we keep cleaning up what they give us the violation for. First, this thing is started off with derelict vehicles. I moved the derelict vehicles from off our property and stuff.
Okay, yeah, that's not in front of me right today.
Okay, well, well, then I wanted to know what other, because that was the first part of the violation that they gave us. Okay, then they came back and said that the wall, we have a fence wall in the front of the house, that it had peeling paint and rusty wrought iron that was on the top of it, that needed to be addressed. So clean the rust off, we painted that. Okay, then when they came back to come back to do that, then they said that it also included the house, that I needed to paint the house. But like I told them, the house paint, it is appealing. But anything else is fading because it's a dark color. And so with the sun shining on it, the paint, fade. So I repainted the house. Then when had them to come and check that, that was okay. Then they say, I have a little, utility shed in the back of my house that has the same paint as the house. So then they say, well, okay, that also includes that little loose utility shed because it's the same color as the house. Now, as far as back there, I could say that it was some peeling paint on that in a couple of little areas. But it was just like the house, the places where the sun shine on it most, it was faded out. But it had just one little, a couple of little areas where the paint was peeling. I corrected that. So now I don't know what the other part is about. And as far as I was hearing y'all talking about that we have been being fined. I don't know if that's proactive firing that y'all are doing or whatever, but nobody never told us or sent us a letter saying that we were being fined so much a day for not complying. So I'm at a dumbfounded right now.
Inspector, can you explain to him what's left to do?
Yeah, I've spoken to Mr. Leslie and his wife a few times. And I inherited this case from a prior inspector that did the violations on there. So I explained to him that it's gotta be completely painted, both structures on the property. And all the extra storage and stuff needs to be cleaned up, and that those are what these violations are for. So I told them as soon as they're compliant, then we could work on the reduction portion, because I understand the circumstances. So we're just here just because it's in that portion, they didn't request an extension. So this is why we're at this point. So, it's up.
Okay, do you understand now what you have to do to comply the case?
What I'm understanding, he's talking about the little shed in the back.
Yeah, just finish paint the shed up and you still have the stuff on the front porch and in the backyard, all that extra stuff is.
Yeah, well, I had that big screen TV that I told you that we was gonna.
Do you see all that stuff that's sitting out there? That's all gotta get gone.
And there's more against the house, so that's the only thing is like,
You can't store all that stuff outside.
Oh, okay, but what you saw there, those are some concrete, basically they're concrete blocks. Okay, so he's come and he's taking pictures of that. Only thing that's lacking on that little shed or not is the fascia board up top where it's still the gold color. And then that one section of wall there,
it's just gotta be completed. Once it's completed, we can discuss the other avenues to get everything taken care of, but just have to
Okay.
have a.
Okay.
all right, well, I can do that, yeah.
All
I
right,
can have that done today if the rain hold off long enough.
okay, all right. I'm gonna give you 28 days, sir, but that's your last extension, okay?
Okay,
After that, the fines are just gonna continue to run until you get it done. So make sure you understand what it is you have to do and get it done within that time, and call the inspector and ask him to come out and re-inspect. You understand?
yes,
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
okay, thank you, Jolly. Hello, Jolly.
You're welcome.
Back out. Back out. Alien.
That's for me today. Ad-lib.
Our next case is on page 34. Inspector Marco Aguilera, Supervisor Amy Brown presenting case number CE 23010157. Case address 2454 Bimini Lane, owner 22018-3I8 Borough LP in care of Invitation Homes. This case was first heard 5/25/23 to comply by 7/28/23. One section complied at $150 per day. $7,200 accrued. The city is requesting the full amount.
Good morning.
Morning.
Good morning. Will you please raise your hand? Do you swear or affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
I do. Yes.
Supervisor Amy Brown presenting on behalf of Inspector Marco Aguilera. Case DE 230-10157 for 2454 Bimini Lane. This case was previously heard at the 5/25/23 hearing where the magistrate found for the city and ordered 63 days for compliance or fines of $150 per day. An inspection was conducted at the end of the 63 days on August 3rd, 2023, and the property remained in violation and fines began to occur. The property remains in violation until September 13th, 2023, when the dock was removed as shown in the pictures. At this time, the city is requesting to impose the fines in the full amount.
Okay, ma'am, please state your name for the record.
My name is Danielle McMahon. I'm a representative of the owner.
Okay, and why did it take so long to remove that dock?
Honestly, we had five to seven vendors go out there to give us a quote to demolish it. Because first we were trying to permit it. It said to permit or demolish. We tried to permit it because the resident been there for a while and he really wanted the dock. So we were trying to find somebody who can permit it. But all the vendors, a lot of them, it was just out of their scope. And we eventually found a vendor that was like, I'll demolish it. And he did demolish it for us. At that point, we just was like, we can't find someone to actually fix it. I guess it was just so rotten on the bottom. It was just so rotten and tore apart that a lot of the vendors were like, this is out of our scope. We can't permit this. We can't. So we just decided to just demolish it instead. But it was like 7 vendors that went out there. And a lot of them realized it was out of their scope. They weren't able to do it.
May I ask from the city? Okay, I will reduce the fine to $950. I think you made an effort.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'll just get the final order in the mail.
Yes, you will.
Perfect. Thank you so much. You guys have a wonderful day. Thank you.
Our next case is on page 41. Inspector Robert Kasarowicz, case number FC 23060006. Case address 432 Southwest 20th Street, owner 432 Southeast 20th Street LLC. This case was first heard 8/31/23 to comply by 9/28/23. One section not complied at $100 per day. Fines start 9/29/23, and this is in order to reappear. Good morning. Will you please raise your right hand?
Good morning.
Do you swear or affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
I do.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Morning.
Captain Robert Kasarowicz at Fort Lauderdale Fire Marshal's Office. Case FC 23060006 at the property address of 432 Southeast 20th Street. They were cited in reference to municipal order section 13-58B. The fire protection system report is required to be submitted to the fire rescue department. Has not been submitted electronically to the compliance engine, which is our electronic database for maintaining that. It turned out that the system was unable to be certified and actually required an entire replacement. They have had crews out there with a permit, and they do have a permit on file. That's fire alarm replacement permit FIR-ALARM-23080023 that has been issued. And like I said, their contractors are on site. Apparently they've run into some time frame or some issues with doing the install and are requesting an additional time. However, this was an order for reappearance to bring it here because it was a fire alarm system that was inoperable. Let's hear from the respondents so that we can hear the issues that they're having with their contractors about getting it done and how much time they're gonna need.
Okay.
Which,
Sir, please state your name for the record.
Yes, my name is Moshe Cohen. I'm the owner of the property.
Okay, Mr. Cohen, can you tell me what's going on with the property?
Well, my understanding is that we are in compliance. I mean, we have the new system up and running. Maybe there are a couple of finalizing some issues, but we replaced the system. We replaced the exit sign, and the next few days, maybe a week, the contractor will finalize all the rest. And basically, everything is up and running. I mean, I don't understand why we have this hearing.
What you explained.
Sure. I did check the permit this morning. It is issued. There are no permit inspections that are scheduled currently for the contractor for the replacement of the fire alarm system. So if you could kindly get with your fire alarm contractors, make sure that they schedule inspections for the installation of the fire alarm system. And then once that's done, let's follow up with your contractors to make sure that that new system, the certification report, gets uploaded into the city's electronic data compliance engine database for maintaining the records on that fire alarm system.
Right. So can we get another 28 days to complete these issues?
Sure. I've actually spoken with, or had a phone call from, I believe it was your fire alarm contractor, that was saying that they had issues with some termite damage. And there were some conduits that needed to run through the area where the termite damage was located, and they were waiting for, I guess, a repair to that area before they could complete the conduit installation for the rest of the fire alarm system. So I don't believe the entire system's installed yet at this point, and that's probably why the inspections have not been called in.
This is correct, and we issue in the north wall of the building. There is a siding that was installed 45 years ago from wood, and it's infected with termites. We're going to have to remove these sidings and replace it with. And we need more time to complete the.
Okay, sir, I'm gonna give you 28 days and suspend the fines during that time.
Very good. Thank you very much. You have a good day.
You too.
All right, thank you.
Our next case, page 32, Inspector Evan Oaks, case number CE 2307-0600, case address 1404 Southeast Second Court. Owner Tiki Los Olas LLC, posted at property 9/16/23, posted at City Hall 9/14/23.
Video. Hello, can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can. Will you please
All
raise
right.
your right hand?
Sure.
Do you swear or affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
Yes.
Good morning, Your Honor. Co-compliance officer Evan Oaks, City of Fort Lauderdale Community Enhancement, presenting case CE 23070600, property address 1404 Southeast Second Court. This property was initially inspected on July 21st, 2023, and the following violations were observed. 15-272A, this property is being utilized as a vacation rental without the required certificate of compliance from the city. Additional inspections were conducted, including a pre-hearing inspection on Saturday, September 23rd, 2023, and the following violation remains. 15-272A, as depicted in the photos. The city is requesting 14 days to comply or a fine of $1,000 per day per violation thereafter to be imposed.
Hey, sir, please state your name for the record.
It's Michael Longo.
Okay, Mr. Longo, the city is asking for 14 days to bring this property into compliance or a fine of $1,000 a day.
Yeah, so I've done all of the necessary steps, but it seems like my understanding is that some of this stuff you're applying for a little bit beyond my control, like a copy of the current license with the Florida DBPR, tax collection, a copy of the current Broward County. Like I have 7 things that are needed, and I have almost all of them, but one of them, you know, you need something else to get that one. So I don't really know how long these things take. I mean, I'm on top of it now. I was just made aware of this. I came to the house to visit just to kind of check on things, and something was taped to the door. So that's how I even knew about this hearing to begin with. I just happened to be here and something was taped to the front gate. But I mean, I don't really know. Is 14 days enough for these things that are online that you are applying for, or would it take longer?
Supervisor Bass, for the city of Fort Lauderdale. Yes, the 14 days is sufficient enough time to get the documents submitted that he needs to be submitted. However, and what he can do in order to come into compliance is to make sure that he take down all the listings. He needs to take down the listings that will bring him into compliance. So even if it takes over the 14-day period for him to get the certificate of compliance issued, he would be in compliance if he just simply remove his listings.
Do you understand that, Mr. Longo?
Yeah, so I mean, listen, I would beg of you to not make me do that. It's extremely expensive to hold on to this place, and I'm not even profitable yet. If I'm being honest, I'm losing a significant amount of money. So if I had to remove down the listing, it would honestly bury me, because the overhead here is over $15,000 a month, and if I had to remove it for whatever reason, yeah, that would really affect me. Do you think? I mean, listen, I'm on top of it. I don't know. Maybe it's done in 4 or 5 days or whatever next week. But God forbid, like $1,000 a day would just absolutely kill me, if I'm being honest with this business. Is there any way I could get 21 days just in case? You know, I don't know. I mean,
We're gonna remain with the 14 days, Magistrate, because he should have never been operating prior to receiving his certificate of compliance. And we are asking for $1,000 a day because according to his listings, he's receiving 900 a night for the occupancy there. So the city stands on the 14 days or $1,000 per day, because he can remove the listings and be in compliance. It shouldn't have been operating prior to receiving his certificate of compliance.
Okay,
is
so-
there I'm sorry, go ahead.
That's okay, you can speak.
Is there like a direct person that I could speak to, like just pick up the phone and call a code officer or somebody that I could just deal with one person? Because it seems like every time I've tried to call the city, it's not the easiest way to get through to people. And then you end up leaving a voicemail, and then, you know, it takes a while to return the call. And then when they return the call, you know, one time I didn't answer the phone. So is there like a cell phone number of a code officer or anybody that I could contact? With a pen.
Yes, we do have the direct administrative personnel who you can speak with, who will take you through all of the documents needed in order to receive your certificate of compliance. Once you submit those and make your required payment, then an officer for the district that your property is located in will come out and do a walkthrough and inspection. So we do have it streamlined where you do deal with individuals for each process of the compliance.
Yeah, that would be amazing. The other thing that I'm wondering, to bring this into compliance, that would take the inspector coming out to the property, right? Like I have this vacation rental document checklist. All 7 of those things or 6 of those things are as fast as they could possibly go right now. But then somebody else has to come out to the property still, correct? Or do I just do like, can you guys see me? I don't even know if I'm on video here.
Yes, we can see you. Yes,
Okay,
you
like
still do
this,
have to- That's
like
correct.
this sheet. If I do this whole sheet, am I good, or I still need to meet with an inspector or whatever at the property.
I believe this sheet that you're holding up is your checklist. What the
Yes.
inspector is going to go through when he comes out to do a physical inspection of the property to ensure that you're in compliance with what the city requires. Prior to that, you need to submit the documents that takes you through each document on our city website under the vacation rental section on our website. We'll walk you through everything you need to do in order to submit your documents.
Yeah, so let's just say the inspector comes out and he says to me, hey man, you don't have a fire extinguisher upstairs, or you're missing a smoke detector. I mean, those are the things I assume that the inspector would be checking.
That's absolutely correct.
And then trying to do the checklist, which is probably fine. I mean, I feel like I'm on top of that. And then I have to meet with the inspector. And then if he makes changes, that's why I was asking for just a little longer. Not that I'm trying to, jerk anybody around. I just want to follow whatever rule has to be taken place. I had to fire somebody. I'm just being honest with you. I had to fire somebody because I was under the impression that I was completely registered, and this person that I had hired to kind of manage things, now I'm trying to do it on my own, and I feel like I'm like behind the eight ball. Say that for me again.
Registration? No, if you were completely registered, you would have had a certificate of compliance. So if he didn't show you a certificate of compliance with the city of Fort Lauderdale, then that means that you were not registered with the city as a vacation rental. So we're gonna still ask for the 14 days. In the meantime, if you feel that you're gonna run into problems with the current checklist you have, we suggest you take all of your listings down until you come into compliance and receive your certificate of compliance to operate as an Airbnb within the city of Fort Lauderdale.
Okay, 14 days or $1,000 a day thereafter.
Okay, and could somebody, would it be possible for someone to give me the best phone number to reach out to, whomever I need to contact so that they know I'm on top of it?
Sir, this is Inspector Oaks. Yeah, my telephone number it should have been on the inspection reports, and also if you got a citation, it was on the citations as well. But I could give it to you now if you want.
If you don't mind, just for, quickness, I could just put it in my cell phone.
So 954.
Okay.
828. 5652.
5652. Inspector, what is your name, sir?
Oaks, OAKS.
Okay, thank you so much. I appreciate you guys, doing that.
You're welcome. Thank you, Alan.
Okay.
Next case, page 33, also Inspector Evan Oaks. Case number CE 23080420, case address 601 Southwest 17th Street, numbers 1 through 4. Owner Fitchland, Florida LLC. This case was cited 8/12/23 to comply by 8/12/23. 2 sections complied for a total of $650. The city is requesting the full amount. Appeal deadline was 8/27/23, and a citation appeal was received. Right.
You want me to read that?
Yeah, I have it. Good morning. Will you please raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
Yes, I do.
Good morning again, Your Honor. Bill Compliance Officer Evan Oaks, City of Fort Lauderdale Community Enhancement, presenting case CE 23080420, property address 601 Southwest 17th Street, number 1-3. This property was initially inspected on August 12, 2023, and the following violations were observed. 18-1, there are trash carts overflowing and trash bags on the ground at this property that is creating a public nuisance. It is being maintained in such a manner that the property is or may reasonably become infested or inhabited by rodents, vermin, or wild animals, or may furnish a breeding place for mosquitoes or threatening or endanger the public health, safety, or welfare, or may adversely affect and impair the economic welfare of adjacent properties. Violation 15-2783, there is a solid waste container placed curbside outside of the permitted timeframes. Per the photos depicted, there is a clear violation of the trash carts overflowing with trash bags and debris on the ground. The photos also show that the trash carts that are improperly stored on the street have been emptied by the city of Fort Lauderdale on the scheduled trash day which was Friday, August 11th. The day of this violation is Saturday, August 12th, the day after in which the trash car should have been pulled back and properly stored. The city is requesting the immediate full fine of $650 for these two violations to include any administrative appeal costs.
Looks like there's more pictures. It's on the street or on the side of the house.
Those are on the back of the property. Yeah.
The side, actually.
Yeah.
Okay, sir, please state your name for the record.
Yeah, my name is Josh Kunkel.
Okay, Mr. Hunkel, what do you want to tell me in support of your appeal?
So there was, we had a couple bad guests at this property that created a exorbitant amount of trash. And we took it out to the street. I don't know if it was just too much trash and so they didn't pick it up that day or something. So it remained. And then I had to pay a guy to come and actually physically remove all the trash just to get it taken care of. And I believe we got that taken care of the next day. And then also since then, we have got one of the Republic Services trash bins, like the big ones that we can just put there. So that way we don't have to ever have this issue again. And like if the, trash if it didn't pick up or whatever, and it's a much bigger bin that we're going to keep right on the side there where all those bins are now. So we've been proactive in remediating this problem. So it will never happen again. But yeah, there was a period where we had some bad guests that created an exorbitant amount of trash and then they did not pick up the trash that day. And that could have been our fault for having too much trash for them to not want to pick it up or something, because they did pick up everyone else's on the street. So that was a little confusing, but yeah, from this point forward, we have no issues. We got a Republic Services big trash bin that we're going to put right on the side there. I was also wondering if I need to have a little fence that blocks that Republic Services trash bin, because right now that picture that you see, it's going to sit right there, or it is sitting right there. So I don't know if I need to build like a little wooden privacy gate or anything, but that's what.
I'll let the inspector talk to you about that.
Yes. If you're gonna put a dumpster there, you're gonna have to have it screened from view. So enclosed behind a fence or some type of barrier. You just can't have the dumpster sitting there.
Okay, because
But if it's just the trash cans, he does not need an enclosure.
No, he doesn't need an enclosure. Magistrate, supervisor have asked for the city of Fort Lauderdale. He just has the containers in there. Our ordinance states that they have to be pulled behind the building line. That would be, or if they have some type of shrubbery or hedges or something that they want to screen it from view, they can do that as well. The reason why the trash was not picked up, because the trash was still on the side yard of the property. The city is not going to go up to the side yard of the property to remove the trash bins. They need to be pulled out roadside for pickup and then removed back behind the building line after pickup.
Okay, what do you mean by, the building line, not the property line?
Building line.
Do you understand that, sir?
yeah, I understand that. So when the trash people, when they didn't pick it up, they were out at the street, but I don't know if there was bags next to it or something, so they didn't want to deal with that. So that's why they didn't pick it up. I'm not 100% sure on that. Also, when I talked to the Republic Services, they said that they talked to someone in the city and said that I didn't need to have a privacy fence, but we're definitely willing to do that if that's what you guys are saying that we need. But I'm curious if I need to pull a permit for that to put a little privacy to block the.
I think you misunderstand. You only need the fence if you're gonna put a dumpster there.
We are putting a dumpster there to try and remediate, like to not have any future issues from
Then he's gonna need a permit.
Yes, he needs a permit because if he's putting a dumpster there, our city ordinance requires an enclosure for any type of dumpsters that are going to be on the property. But you probably will want to go through the permitting process, being that it looks like that's in a residential area, to see what the requirements are for installation of a dumpster at a residential property.
So I had talked, the person that I talked to at the Republic Services said that it was considered commercial since it's a multifamily. And they're telling me that I can put one there. So I have it there now because I'm really trying to not have these issues anymore, It's also been hard finding people that will come and, take the trash out for me. That's also been part of the issue. So I really wanted to get this Republic Services big bin that I can just have the trash be put in there and not have to, have any potential issues going forward. So I'm fine with, putting the privacy fence thing up there. That new bin is out there because they told me that I didn't need a privacy fence. So if I need to get a permit for that, I will have to figure out, who can do that and how long that will take. But the new bin is out there right now because I've been trying to be proactive on, removing any issues for you guys and for myself.
Okay, I'm gonna find for the city that the violation exists and impose the fine and cost of $75.
You have a second case and to this magistrate, or we're going to be moving forward to ask for suspension.
Excuse me?
We have a second case. We wanted to read the field in first, and now the next case is for the actual suspension.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I
Our
missed,
next-
I missed what you said, ma'am.
You have another case and we'll read that into the hearing now.
Okay,
Your next case is on page 31. Also Inspector Evan Oaks, case number CE 23080526. Case address 601 Southwest 17th Street, numbers 1 through 4. Owner Fishland, Florida LLC. Posted at property 91323, posted at City Hall 91423. You can go ahead.
Code Compliance Officer Evan Oaks, City of Fort Lauderdale Community Enhancement, presenting case CE 23080526. Property address 601 Southwest 17th Street, number 1-3. This property was initially inspected on August 15th, 2023, and the following violations were observed. 15-282 D1A. There is a qualifying number of violations at this vacation rental property to request a certificate suspension of 365 days before the special magistrate. The qualifying violation cases are CE 23050042, 15-2783 trash carts. Case CE 23080420, 15-2783 trash carts repeat violation, along with violation 18-1 public nuisance, trash and debris on the ground. Case CE 23090238, 15-2783 trash carts repeat violation. The city is requesting the full 365-day suspension of this vacation rental certificate.
yeah, so I mean, we got a lot of trash and we were trying to get this taken care of, and then, I had to hire a guy to literally come and just take the trash out of the bins and personally remove them because it was too much for, the city to take. And there was stuff that I don't think any of our people did, but there was trash, like actual normal trash and recycling bins. And it just got to be out of control. And so, like I said, we've put the Republic Services trash bin there. We'd be happy to pull a permit if we need to put a privacy there. So this will be a non-issue going forward. But yeah, there was this was a short period of time where there was an overflow of trash that I had to hire someone to come take it, and they missed a trash day. And I also, have a guy that goes around and takes the trash out, and he didn't do it one day too. So it became a whole thing. And I'm, very sorry that this has happened and it's embarrassing, but we have got the Republic Services trash bin out there, the big 3-yard container that's on a slant that we're paying a decent amount of money for, just to try and, clean this up and not have this ever happen again.
Supervisor, can you help us out here? I don't think I have any discretion with the 3, and can you explain that to him?
Sure. Our ordinance reads that if you meet the required violations for a suspension, that the magistrate impose the 365-day suspension. Our ordinance reads that you shall.
Yeah.
So it doesn't give you any.
So, you understand, sir, I don't have any discretion in the matter, because you have multiple violations, it's an automatic. When a statute or a code section reads that I shall do something, it doesn't give me any room for discretion.
Yeah.
And so therefore, I have to suspend your license for 365 days because of the multiple violations.
I would like to ask at this time, though, do you have any, one currently booked at the, rental property now?
Yes.
When is your last booking up?
I'd have to check that into my calendar.
So
This
we'll
is gonna
ask
be, this is gonna be very detrimental to me. This is, my wife's pregnant. This is how we make our living from doing this. And, I mean, this happened all within the matter of probably a week or two. And, you know, I don't think it's necessarily fair that I got multiple violations when I was trying to correct the first one. So, I mean, I understand that it says you shall have the 365-day suspension, but I really wasn't given any reasonable, a reasonable time, but I wasn't given, I don't think, enough time to really be able to address the situation and get someone out there that can take all this trash and put it in their truck and take it to the dump. So, I beg you guys not to suspend this for 365 days. It's going to be very detrimental to me and my family.
I understand your concern there. However, the vacation rental ordinance is very specific and strategically written because we have several complaints that come in from neighbors. So when the neighbors complain in reference to the upkeep of vacation rental properties, we have to act upon those complaints and make sure that they are addressed accordingly. What we can do is just have it wherein the suspension doesn't take place until 30 days. So to give you the next 30 days to finish out your bookings prior to the suspension beginning.
What happens, just a question, but what happens if I have bookings that are already into, you know, let's say January or February? Because I think I do have some of those.
We're gonna have to ask you to cancel those bookings, reach out to those individuals and cancel those bookings.
And there's nothing that I can do or like appeal or anything, because I mean, this is a very detrimental thing to me.
As stated before, our ordinance is specific where it says that it shall be a 365-day suspension. So the city is still going to move forward, but asking for the 365-day suspension, starting 30 days after today's hearing.
Okay, obviously we can't give you legal advice regarding your appeal or whatever, so we can do nothing but follow the code. So I'm sorry, I know this is difficult for you, but they do not give me any discretion in these matters, so. When there's multiple violations like this, I have no choice but to suspend your license.
Okay,
All
then
right.
will I get something in the mail or what happens next?
Yes, you're gonna find an order now.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Next case, also page 31. Inspector Evan Oaks, case number CE 2307058. Case address 1600 Northwest 16th Court. Owner Ori Torres and Dana Andrea. And also Angel Valeria Torres, posted at property 9/16/23, posted at City Hall 9/14/23.
Okay, hello? Hi,
Hello?
can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, can you?
We can,
Oh, okay.
we can hear you, but we cannot see you. We need to see your video.
Okay, let me see. Okay, I'm here. Perfect.
Good morning. Will you please raise your right hand?
Yes.
Do you swear or affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
I do, yeah.
Good morning, Your Honor. Code Compliance Officer Evan Oaks, City of Fort Lauderdale Community Enhancement, presenting case CE 2307058, Property address 1600 Northwest 16th Court. This property was initially inspected on July 20th, 2023, and the following violations were observed. 25-7A is complied. 15-272A is complied. This is a recurrent violation of 15-272A being presented as a finding of fact that a violation did exist. The previous case is CE 2208390.
Okay, please state your name for the record.
My name is Dana Ore.
Okay, the city is asking me for a finding of fact that the violation existed. But appears you're now in compliance.
Yes,
So do
I
you
did.
have?
I complied on July 23rd.
Okay, all right. So you were out of compliance by not having a current certificate, is that correct?
Yes, I think I do, by having the RV. So I sold the RV in order to comply on everything. And I did it on July 23rd because on July 23rd, the new owner of the RV moved it out. I sold the RV on June 20, but the owner removed it on July 23rd.
Okay.
Your Honor, she was renting out an RV as a vacation rental. And it was the second time that we caught her doing it. That's why we 15-272A
Okay,
was a violation.
all right, finding of fact granted.
Excuse me?
I've made a finding of fact that the violation exists. I'm not finding you today and but with this finding of fact on the record, if something happens in the future, you will be fined and possibly because of the multiple violations face suspension.
I understood. I will no longer own an RV. I'm not planning to do it.
Good choice. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Have a great day.
Next case, also page 31, Inspector Leonard Champagne, case number CE 230800537, case address 3301 Northeast 16th Court, owner GFM 3301 Northeast 16th Court LLC, posted at property 9623, posted at City Hall 91423.
All right, can you hear me?
Yes, sir, we can hear you, but we cannot see you. We need to be able to
Yes,
see you.
hold on, I need to switch the camera, sorry. There's some setting on the computer that's not allowing my laptop camera to show up. Can I attempt to join the meeting with the cell phone? Because I believe that would rectify the situation.
Okay, we'll go to the next one and then we'll come back to your case.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Our next case is on page 36. Inspector Edward Eason. Case number CE 22050725, case address 709 Southwest Fourth Court, numbers 1 through 7. Owner D-Back Investments for LLC. This case was first heard 8/25/22 to comply by 12/1/22. One suspension from 7/27/23 to 9/28/23. 3 sections not complied at $50 per day, $35,700 accrued. The city is requesting the full amount and the fines continue to accrue.
Good morning. For the record,
We gotta get him. Good morning, Mr. Scott. Will you please raise your right hand?
Yes,
Do you swear or affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
yes, ma'am. Thank you.
good morning. For the record, Edward Easton, City of Fort Lauderdale Code Compliance, presenting case CE 22050725 for the property located at 709 Southwest Fourth Court. At the special magistrate on July 27, 2023, hearing special magistrate Flynn granted a 63-day extension and an order to reappear today on 9/28/2023. A reinspection of the property was conducted on 09/27/23, and the following violations remained. 9-306, the exterior building walls have not been maintained. Structural parts, including the fascia soffits, are in disrepair. There are areas of the exterior that have stains and missing peeling paint. 9-280B, there are building parts such as windows that are deteriorating and not maintained. The windows are being covered by plywood on the west side of the property, the building. 9-305B, landscape at the property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover. At this time, the fines continue to accrue, and the city is requesting a full imposition of fines.
Sir, please state your name to the record.
Yes, my name is Matthew Scott. I am an attorney with the law firm of the name Miskell and Backman, with an address of 14 Southeast 4th Street in Boca Raton. I'm here on behalf of the property owner.
Okay, Mr. Scott, why is this taking so long? It's been going on for over a year.
Yes, my client thought that they had come into compliance on the landscaping issues, but I can see from the images on my screen that it's not sufficient. They have spoke to a few contractors and have someone coming out to the property next week to provide a full estimate to get everything fixed in a timely manner. I understand it's taken a long time, and so I would just ask that prior to the imposition of fines, that we give a final 30 days to fix these issues.
City's position on
So they think that they can fix all of that in 20, well, it would be 28 days. You believe that they can fix everything in 28 days?
I think that candidly, that is the best way to get my client to expedite these issues.
Okay, Supervisor Brown, so you have one final extension of 28 days and a stay of fines if the magistrate agrees to hopefully get them into compliance.
All right, but this is, you need to tell your client that they will not get any more extensions from me, okay? And do you want an order to reappear?
Yes, please.
Okay, so you're gonna come back and tell me this is all done. Well, if it's all done and complied in 28 days, you won't have to come back. If not, you'll appear on my 10/26 docket.
Thank you very much. That's more than fair. And so I really appreciate that.
All right, thank you.
Can we see if we can get the other gentleman back?
Lenny's case?
Yeah, for Lenny's case. Daniel Wood.
He's not there. I'll call him.
No?
Just go
Okay.
do next.
Sorry, Lindy. Our next case is page 36, Inspector Edward Eason. Case number CE 23010101, case address 1409 Southwest First Street. This case was first heard 6/9/23 to comply by 7/9/23 and 7/27/23. 4 sections comply to $50 per day, $10,250 accrued. The city is requesting $856.
Oh, you got Daniel? Oh, sorry. You got Daniel.
Yeah.
Okay, who's the
No,
Stay there.
we gotta do him. Leonard Manuel.
So pull Leonard back.
Yeah, we gotta go back to Daniel.
Leopold. So pull Leopold and hold Daniel.
Good morning.
Good morning. Will you please raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
Yes, I do.
Go ahead.
For the record, Edward Eason, City of Fort Lauderdale Code Compliance, presenting case CE 23010101 for the property located at 1409 Southwest First Street. An inspection of the property was conducted on January 6th of 23, and the following violations were observed. 18-12A, which is complied, 9-304B, which is complied, 47-34.1.A.1 is complied, 9-306, which is complied. At this time, the city is requesting only admin costs due to the change of ownership, and the new owner complied the violations in a timely fashion. The admin costs totaled $856.
Okay, sir, please state your name for the record.
Leopold Manuel.
Okay, Mr. Manuel, are you in agreement with reduction of the fines to city costs of $856?
Okay. If it could be any lower, it would be great because we spent some money to put it in a shape that it's in now. If anything lower would be great.
Yeah, I think that considering the fines were $10,250, the city taking the position that they only want their cost is generous, so I'm not gonna go below that.
Okay. Thank you very much. Okay. Thank you, Inspector Eason.
Thank you.
Mr. Wood. All right, let's bring him back. All right, Lenny. Let's try it again. We're going back to page 31, Inspector Leonard Champagne, case number CE 23080537, case address 3301 Northeast 16th Court, owner GFM 3301 Northeast 16th Court LLC, posted at property 9623, posted at City Hall 9/14/23. Mr. Wood, will you please raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
I do.
Leonard Champagne for the city of Fort Lauderdale for case CE 23080537, 3301 Northeast 16th Court for violation 15282 D1A. There are a qualifying number of violations at this vacation rental property to request a certificate suspension for 180 days before the special magistrate. The violations are from case CE 23080288. The 3 violations were for overgrowth, trash and debris, site triangle, bush plants that end the driveway are over 30 inches high, and exposed electrical wires.
Sir, please state your name.
Daniel Wood.
Okay, Mr. Wood, I'll tell you what I told the last person on this kind of a case. Once you have the violations, I have no discretion but to order the suspension. Do you understand that?
I understand, I definitely understand the 3 violations. However, there are at least 2 of them that I would contest vehemently because they're just, they seem very unwarranted. So the site triangle doesn't necessarily apply to a corner lot. We did look into that thoroughly, and this corner lot is extraordinarily small, and this is the end of the street. This lot sits on the end of the street, so there is no further movement of traffic. So there's no particular site triangle that's impeded. And even just in an abundance of appreciation for just wanting to be in compliance with the city, we just cut the bush down. And it wasn't even an unsightly bush; it just was slightly too big. And then the other thing, the trash was when I spoke, I had reached out the moment that I received these violations, but this property is located at the very end of one of the finger isles of the beach. And we constantly have trash on this property that is not from our property. It's from the breeze and the trash from the beach. And it's that's not an uncommon thing. And the pictures show, I think, 2 pieces of small trash on the driveway, which is further into the property. It cannot be seen from directly from the road as you come down the road. You have to position yourself into the property to take these pictures. And even though it's just it doesn't seem fair in both and every aspect for the owner to be penalized for something of such a like a variating thing. If it happens to be a windy day, which that does happen very frequently here in this beautiful city, this property collects at the end of the street, being the dead end. It collects the trash, and that's evident on this property. It's evident on the property next door that's currently in foreclosure. So we put it in compliance the moment I knew that there was a violation on the property. I went, I found it not even directly, went there and put everything into compliance as quickly as possible. The light, which is understandable because it was laying on the ground, was just a result of having metal on the beach with all the salt in. One of the screws, or both of the screws that were fastening this down, had corroded over time, and it just blew over. So we had to, somebody go out there and fix that. But again, for that to be the reason to strip the owner of the license for this property just seems very I don't know, disproportionate to the fact that this property is a beautiful property. It does, it's gives the visitors that come to Fort Lauderdale a very good experience, and we have very good relationships with everybody in the area, the association of the Finger Isle. So we just would very strongly request that this not be penalized for such a thing.
First of all, the case I'm presenting, I gave you that case number. The other case, the officer is actually, Cologne is actually here, number 1. Number 2, when you're talking about overgrowth, trash and debris, just the fact if it was just overgrowth and a little debris, it's still the overgrowth. Okay, and they are either 3 violations or not. This was called in by a neighbor. Okay, so the violations are there.
Yeah.
A combination of both. Excuse me, sir. There was a combination of 2 of those pictures in there. Pictures that we posted for this hearing. The others were directly from Corinne's case itself. I don't know if you want to hear from
Yes,
her.
so, Supervisor Vasquez, the city of Fort Lauderdale, but I'll let Senior Inspector, Colion to address the issue because, the respondent seems to have a misconception of what, corresponds with a site triangle, that he thinks it's just, if it's an adjoining street, and it looks like this is from a driveway as well. So we're gonna let, Senior Inspector Colion speak on behalf of that, so he'll have clarification of what the requirements is as far as the, site triangle.
Okay, go ahead.
And Your Honor, if I could, while she's taking a seat, just to keep us all focused, including the property owner representative, these violations have already been founded to have existed and found to be valid. So, we're gonna, hear from the senior inspector, so the representative can get some clarity. But again, there's already been a finding that these violations were valid and existing.
Yes, good morning.
Good morning.
Senior Inspector Kaloyan for the city of Fort Lauderdale. So that was my case that he's referring to, and it did come in as a complaint from the neighbor. And Stephanie, Supervisor Bass is correct as far as the site triangle in the ordinance. It does not specify, or it does not give an exemption just because it's the end of the street. So when a driveway meets a street, you know, there's a rule as far as how high the hedges or bushes can be. And the basically right next to where that bush is in the photo, directly right next door is the end of the adjacent property's driveway. So it would be a safety issue if somebody was backing out of that driveway, as well as the property owner's house that we're talking about today. As far as the trash, again, yes, just a little bit of trash doesn't make it not a violation. And as far as the electrical, yes, the light post, the top of it was on the ground when I first went there. It was corrected. The wires were exposed as well. Like I said, it was corrected, but it was a violation at the time.
Okay, Mr. Wood, you understand that these violations were found to exist at another hearing. I had, you know, I'm not sure if I was the magistrate or what.
Wasn't that another hearing?
Not at another.
No,
Well,
it complied. It complied.
Oh, it came into compliance.
Correct. They're in compliance, but he's here on as the vacation rental.
Yeah, we're here for the license, for the license suspension. And so the timeline,
I understand that, and I'm trying to explain to you, like I've explained to you before, I don't have any discretion. When the violations are found to exist, and there's the 3 violations, then the ordinance says that I shall suspend your license. I don't have any discretion in the matter.
Okay, so I understood that. So then I would request that we have the length of the suspension be shortened significantly. And just for clarity on the points, because I just want to be very clear that we do, like, I personally, as somebody who represents different properties, and this property in particular, the neighbors in the area, that I have very good relationships with them. The neighbor that complained, and I wrote this in the email to Inspector Corian the day that I received it. So for the record, we received the violation on the 16th. There was nothing posted on the property at the time. I happened to be following up on the violation that was going on with the property next door, because that property for a very long time was doing construction and causing a lot of problems for all the neighbors. And I happened to be looking that up. And when I looked it up based on the street, I saw that our property had an open case. And this was on August 22nd. I immediately wrote an email to Inspector Corian, which I had followed up 3 separate times, never received a response. I also did phone calls, never received any phone calls. But I referenced in that email the violations of this particular neighbor, and it's known to Inspector Gavin, it's known to multiple code enforcement inspectors of this particular property who had a vindictive, vengeful type of outlook. To have a property called for several small pieces of plastic.
That property is not in front of me at this time, and I'm trying to explain to you that the violations were found to exist, and as a result, I have no discretion but to suspend the license.
Your Honor, also can I say, does he have anybody currently on the property that's renting?
Do you have anyone currently renting on the property?
At this particular moment in time, I do not.
Then we do that as for immediate fines that start immediately. The suspension, I'm
All
sorry.
right.
Your Honor, may I advise him also of, if you run any ads, that's going to be a violation. And at the same time, if you start, you can go up to 365 days, and then also operating without a license. So he's got to take that into consideration.
Can you explain to him?
No,
the difference between getting a suspension for 180 days versus a 365?
On your third violation, you get 180, and that starts the year that violation starts. Okay, not a calendar year. If you get a 4th, that will go to 365 days. And then you're also looking at, if you get to the point that you're advertising, that's also showing that you're listing it again as you're under the suspension. Okay, so then also you can get into fines of like $1,000 a day.
Yeah, I understand, President. I just don't feel that this the suspension for this to the property is warranted. It's for a single event of going there, finding these items and taking away the license of the property for a property. It's very nice. That does very well. It's a nice representation of the city of Fort Lauderdale. For the city to be coming so hard down on this property, it does not make sense, especially because this complaint is called, in as a vengeful move, not as the property was
I've
causing
tried to
problems.
explain this to you multiple times and I can't explain it anymore. Because you'll need to take the ad down, I'm gonna give you 10 days before the suspension begins. And that's the only discretion I have.
And he doesn't have anyone booked right now, magistrate, so we're gonna ask for immediate suspension.
No, I'm gonna give him 10 days
So
to
you're gonna
take
give
the
him 10
ad
days? I'll
down,
just take
so he
that.
doesn't end up
Okay.
getting fined.
All right.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Our next case is page 35, Inspector Dorian Cologne, case number CE 22010656. Case address 2357 Northwest 13th Court. Owner Satisfying Cold Company. This case was cited 12622 to comply by 21022. One section complied at $500 per day, $135,250 accrued. The city is requesting $626. This is. Oh, they're not here. Okay. That person not here. Sure.
Oh, they're not here?
Yeah, they're not here. Okay, pay for it. Oh, that is. Oh, yeah, Dora, you're next. I'm sorry. Next case, page 41, Inspector Dorian Cologne, case number CE 23010786, case address 3100 Northeast 32nd Avenue, owner 3100 EOP LLC. This case was first heard 5/25/23 to comply by 6/4/23 and 7/27/23. One suspension from 7/27/23 to 9/28/23. Two sections complied at $100 per day. $5,000 has already been imposed. Fine start 9/29/23, and this is in order to reappear. This is Sharon.
Good morning.
Good morning. Okay. All right, so we're good. Yeah.
Take it. Oh, sorry. Good morning, Senior Inspector Cologne for the city of Fort Lauderdale. Case number is CE 23010786, 3100 Northeast 32nd Avenue. This property was first cited on January 28th, 2023, and brought to special magistrate on May 25th, 2023. And again, it was brought back on July 27th, 2023. The SM hearing on 5/25, special magistrate Flynn ordered 10 days to comply or $100 per day thereafter for violations 1812A and 9305B. For all remaining violations, so special magistrate Flynn ordered 63 days to comply or $100 per day thereafter. At the special magistrate on July 27th, special magistrate Flynn granted a 63-day extension and an order to reappear on today's docket. So as of my pre-hearing inspection on September 14th, 2023, violations remain as depicted in the photos for the record. And the city is requesting the full imposition of fines.
Okay.
And we'll let the representative speak at this time.
Sir, please state your name for the record.
Andrew Shine with Lockery and Chakas representing the property owner.
Okay, what's the problem with this property? It doesn't look like there's been much progress since the last time you were in front of me.
That's true. The property is slated to be demolished. We applied for a demolition permit, and during the demolition permit process, we had to work with FPL in order to remove the FPL vault there and come up with. We had to work with FPL. They had electric problems here. In doing that, we found out that if we demoed the building, the city's temporary fire station that's right across the street, which is fed by the FPL vault in this building, would lose electricity. So we sent a notice of termination to the city, terminating the lease that we have with the temporary fire station. Because we had no other option. If we were going to be fined, we were going to have to demo the building and the city's temporary fire station would have to lose power. The city came back and said, hold on, we'll work with you guys. Don't demo the building yet until our lease is up at the end of the year. So we have a concurrent building enforcement case that was extended until January when the city's lease is up. So it'll be demoed, after the lease is up. But if the city is requesting fines in this case, then we will have to cancel the lease with the city. So I'm hoping we can get an extension on this case to to January in order to match the building enforcement case. But Inspector Cologne said that they're requesting an full imposition of fines. So if that's the city's position, then we might have to go back to the drawing board.
Give me your voice. Katrina? You're mute.
Good morning, Magistrate. Katrina Jordan, Co-Compliance Manager for the City of Fort Lauderdale. Mr. Shine is absolutely correct. Our division is in agreement with an extension until the end of this year on this particular case.
119 days.
19 days
Yes.
extension. And I'll suspend the fines during that time.
Thank you. And if we can get an order to reappear, that would be great as well.
Yeah, you'll be back on my January 24th docket.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Our next case, page 6, Inspector John Claude Noel, case number CE 23060162, case address 1320 Northwest 3rd Avenue, owner Camille White Estates and Colleen Marie White Estates and all others. This case was posted at property 9723, posted at City Hall 9/14/23. Well, let me do this and then I'll go back. Page 6.
Hi.
Good morning.
Good
Will you
morning.
please raise your right hand if you don't have to speak. Go ahead. Will you please, your right hand, sir?
Oh, my bad.
Do
I'm sorry.
you swear or affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
Yes, I do.
Yes.
Go ahead, John.
Good morning, Sean Plano of the City of Fort Lauderdale, Community Enhancement. This is for case CE 230600162, property address 1320 Northwest 3rd Avenue. This property is first inspected on 7/7/2023, given time to correct for the following violations. 9-305A, there is growth of landscape material along and accumulation of leaves encroaching upon the public right of way. 9-304B, complied. 9-305B, the landscape at this property is not being maintained and a neat and well-kept appearance, and there are areas of dead and missing ground cover to include the swale. 18-12A, there is trash, rubbish, leaves, debris on this property and or its swale, including but not limited to 2 black socks, a fork, a mask, and other various trash on the property. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on September 27, 2023, and the following violations have not complied as depicted in the photos. The city is requesting compliance for 10 days to comply with a fine of $50 per day per violation thereafter for 18-12 A and 9-305A, and the city is requesting compliance for 28 days to comply, or a fine of $50 per day per violation thereafter for 9-305B.
Okay, sir, please state your name.
Yes, my name is Jaden Caesar. I am on behalf of Camille White. She passed away sadly in 2021. So I am now, me and my sister are now like the sole property owners of the house.
Okay, are you in agreement to bring the property into compliance by taking care of the fixing the landscaping in the right of way and picking up the trash and debris within 10 days. And taking care of the missing and ground cover within the next 28 days.
Yes, ma'am. We recently had my tenant. I had my tenant who's had his truck in the yard. I had to sell his truck because I had to tell him you cannot have your truck in the yard because they've had complaints about this. I had him cut our yard and pick up debris that was outside of the gate because we've had people that come to our yard and what they would do is just drop stuff like in the front of our yard.
Yeah,
Like
unfortunately, sir, the way the code is written, the property owner is still responsible, even if it's done by somebody else. So, while I appreciate the position you're in, you're still ultimately responsible as the property owner.
Understand.
Okay, all right, so 10 days on 305A and 18-12. And then 28 days on 305B, which is the missing ground cover, or $50 a day thereafter. If you run into a problem, make sure you contact the inspector before that time is up, okay?
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
You too.
Our next case is page 35. Andrew Shine did have another case, but we're gonna hear his case now. Page 35, Inspector Bernstein Sandberg, case number E22110379, case address 817 Northwest First Street, owner 817 Northwest First Street LLC. This case was first heard 3/30/23 to comply by 6/29/23. One suspension from 7/27/23 to 9/28/23. One section not complied at $50 per day, $1,400 accrued. City is requesting the full amount and the fines continue to accrue. This is in order to reappear. My apologies, Mr. Shine.
That's okay.
All right, good morning again.
Good morning. Andrew Shine with Lockery and Chakas representing the property owner.
Good morning, Inspector Bernstein, City of Fort Lauderdale Community Enhancement, case number CE 2211-0379. Property address 817 Northwest First Street. There 47-3.5C. There is illegal land use occurring at this B3 heavy commercial / light industrial business zone property. Site plan level 1 change of use from warehouse to dog grooming with retail and bar use. From our last conversation of the hearing, they did have a board review which was applied back in April and it was completed back in July. Their next step was to apply for administrative review, which they did apply for that on August 23rd, 2023. And it's still ongoing. I've spoken to Mr. Shine and our planning department. They are still working with Mr. Shine and his administrative comments. They did put out some comments, and I believe you have to do some correction, Mr. Shine.
Yes.
So Mr. Shine has to do some correction, and the planning department did advise me that they have until January 5th to complete the final review. So
19 days.
basically.
Okay, all right, I'm gonna give you 119 days. Is that acceptable?
That works with a stay of fines, please. Yes.
Yes.
Yep.
Okay, you got it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The next case, page 4, Inspector David Sandiford, Dorian Cologne presenting case number CE 230305547. Case address 2218 Northeast 17th Court, owner Raymond Castillo and Carol Castillo. Posted at property 9623, posted at City Hall 9/14/23. Are they here? You got Mark? Marie? No. Mark. Mark, yeah. Mark. Mark Caspell.
Did you just mark? No, it's just mark, right?
Mark.
Costello. He's not there anymore? He's not there? Behind the trees.
Fine.
Yeah, come on.
What page, 35?
Page four.
Oh, 4.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, but we need to be able to see you.
Hi.
There we go.
Mark Costello, how are you doing?
Good morning. Will you please raise your right hand?
Yes, absolutely. I'm an attorney, but I can still do it if you need to.
Okay, you don't have to. You don't have to.
Okay.
Sorry. That's your left hand.
Well, it was my left hand. I apologize. How are you all doing? I appreciate you letting me. Sorry about that.
All right, sorry.
Good morning, Senior Inspector Cologne for the City of Fort Lauderdale. Presenting on behalf of Area Inspector David Sandiford. Case number CE 2303-0547 for the property located at 2218 Northeast 17th Court. An initial inspection was conducted on March 22nd, 2023, and the following violations were found. 8-91C, a mooring structure is in disrepair at the rear of this property. It is in this condition, is found to be unsafe and in unsatisfactory condition. The dock boards are lifting up from the seawall and there are some missing pieces of the wood. 47-19.3 F4, seawalls in disrepair. All property owners must maintain their seawalls in good repair. A seawall presumed to be in disrepair if allows for upland erosion, transfer of material through the seawall or allows tidal waters to flow unimpeded through the seawall to adjacent properties on the public right of way. Or on the public right of way. The seawall has cracks and appears to have been repaired with sand, and parts of the seawall is leaning and is not in stable condition. A pre-hearing waterway inspection was conducted on September 21st, 2023, and both violations remain as depicted in the photos and for the record. Today, the city is requesting 60 days for the violations to be complied or a daily fine of $100 per day thereafter for each violation. And also we are requiring a mandatory reappearance.
All right, 63 days.
Or 63, sorry.
Okay, sir, please say your name for the record again.
Yes, Mark Costello on behalf of Mr. and Mrs. Ray and Carol Costello.
Okay, and are you in agreement to bring the property into compliance within the next 63 days or face a fine of $100 a day?
Your Honor, we've actually put in a deposit with a company in order to begin the repair of the seawall. I'm not sure if there's a delay. I speak to my clients. However, we have already submitted a deposit to get this resolved. But I fear that it will be taking more than 60 days as a result of it being a significant feat or job itself. Is it possible to receive possibly 180 days in order to rectify this?
So basically, once they start the process, we usually, well, the code ordinance does allow 60 days since they have started it, but they still need to get all the permitting and all that stuff. So I would say 60 days with a mandatory reappearance to see if everything is in and everything is, correct and going forward, and then we'll address giving them more time.
Okay, yeah, so what I think is fairest to do is to give you 63 days and ask you to reappear on my November 30th docket. And then that way, I can see
With the
progress of your permitting, et cetera. And if, everyone's operating diligently, we'll grant you additional extensions, okay?
Thank you so much. I appreciate that.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
May I be excused?
Yes.
Next case, page 5. Inspector Gustavo Caracas, case number CE 23070779, case address 404 Northwest First Avenue, owner 404 Northwest First LLC, posted at property 9523, posted at City Hall 91423.
Yeah. Thanks.
Good morning, Ms. Walker. Can you hear us? Ms. Walker, can you hear us?
It's not there. It's on her end. Yeah, she has this. She has her hand raised. Yeah.
Yeah, we're not picking up the video.
Okay, next one. Put her in. Sorry, guys.
You're up. Next case, page 8. Inspector John Claude Noel, case number CE 23040272, case address 740 Northeast 13th Court, owner 740 13th LLC, posted at property 9723, posted at City Hall 91423. Do we have them?
Yeah, he's here.
Wait. Good morning, Mr. Liggett. Will you please unmute your mic?
Good morning.
Good morning. Will you please raise your right hand?
Yeah.
Do you swear or affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
I do.
All right, and Sheba.
Good morning, John.
Justin, Sheba,
She's coming.
Okay, anybody else?
yeah, he's not, he's good. He's planning. Sheba, yeah, Sheba's coming, hold on.
I need him to be stated.
Yeah.
Good morning, Ms. Cooper. Will you please unmute your mic?
Good morning, sorry.
Good morning. Will you please raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
Yes.
Good morning, John Claude Noel for the City of Fort Lauderdale Community Enhancement. KCE 230400272, property address 740 Northeast 13 Court. This property was first inspected on 4/8/2023. It was given time to correct the following violations. As of today, 47-19.41D.1. There is a bulk container on the road front of the above property without having a dumpster enclosure, in plain sight without the required enclosure on the parking lot. 24-28 has been complied, and 24-29 has been complied. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on September 27, 2023, and the following violations have not complied as depicted in the photos up on the screen. The city is requesting compliance for 28 days to comply, or a fine of $100 per day per violation thereafter. 47-19.4 Delta 1 E1.
Okay, who's speaking first?
I can speak first. I've already hired a contractor to build the enclosure, and he's already
Okay.
submitted the paperwork to the city for the permit.
Can you get the property into compliance within 28 days?
It depends on how long, it takes for the permit to be granted. But this is not, the garbage you see is not ours. I have proof that we have cameras on the property. And if the neighbors across the street are dumping the trash on the property.
Well, you're gonna have to take that up with your neighbor, but if it's on your property, when the inspector inspects, it's your responsibility.
Yes, ma'am. He explained that to me. Yes, ma'am, I understand.
All right, so,
We're going to magistrate and supervisor asked for the city.
That's why
We're gonna
he
see
explained
28 days.
better
This
if
case
you
was
do-
on April the 8th. Oh.
I can't have you talking at the same time. Right now, the supervisor's talking, so,
Sorry.
listen to what she's saying, and then I'll go back to you.
My apologies. Supervisor asked for the city of Fort Lauderdale. If they're going to require the 28 days, as this case was open on April the 8th, which we feel gave sufficient enough time in order to already start what processes that you needed to start for the permit and everything else. So we're gonna still just at this time, ask the magistrate just to grant the 28 days.
Yes,
Okay.
ma'am. Thank you.
Anything else? Anything else?
No, ma'am.
May I speak?
Pardon me?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay.
He can speak. He can speak. He can speak.
All right, did you want to say something, sir?
I do. I'm really my name is Troy Liggett. I'm president of the
Okay.
Middle River Terrace Neighborhood Association. I really
Okay.
appreciate code compliance following up on this. My biggest frustration is that this dumpster has been sitting right on the street for many, like many months before this was reported. We reported it in April.
Okay.
They
They're
got a
on my
violation
radar
in
now.
May, and now
Yeah,
it's
they're all-
September. So
Okay,
May,
they're-
June, July, August, September for 5 months.
And they're
I'm
on my
sorry.
Yeah, they're on my radar now, so I'm gonna give them 28 days to come into compliance, or they will face a fine of $100 a day thereafter.
Okay, I just, so one last comment, the concept that they've had the violation for 5 months. And now they said, oh, we've hired a contractor. It just doesn't seem reasonable that they couldn't have taken it into account by now. And 28 days seems like a long time for something that's been there. And they've known about it for so long. That's just my comment.
Okay.
Can I make a comment, ma'am?
I just want to address them first. I understand your frustration, and we've met before. I'm glad to see you again. And the reason why we're giving the 28 days at a minimum is because it's going to take at least that for them to get through the permitting process. And we want them to make sure that they do it correctly through the permitting process, that they're getting the closure.
One follow-up question, when did they receive the violation? I believe it was 5 months ago,
On
right?
April the 8th, that's correct.
April the 8th, 6 months ago, they received the violation. And I would like an explanation from the owner why they haven't done anything for the last 6 months.
Okay, sir, I'm not gonna permit you to, go back and forth. I've already made my ruling. Ms. Cooper, do you have anything to add to address this concern?
Well, sure, I do apologize, but for your information, from my truth on it, it was never in the road. It was always where it was. And another thing, when we got the information about the dumpster, there was two things. When I contacted the city, I was told by, our main concern was we was never supposed to have a dumpster. That's what the tenant was told.
But after I contacted the city said that tenant was misinformed. So that's why we still have the dumpster. Now, we weren't really, it took us a few months with the back and forth, keep going back to the city to really get to the bottom of the whole thing, to understand the whole logistics of what was really going on. It was really the enclosure that's what we really needed. So that's why we up and geared. But every time they called us out for any trash or anything that was there, we moved it right away. We dealt with it right away. We never left anything for days. So it's never an unseen piling up of trash. And another thing, there are 7 different properties in that same street that have
I'm gonna stop you
dumpsters
right there, Miss Cooper.
with
Miss
no
Cooper.
enclosure.
Miss Cooper, I'm gonna stop you right there. Please don't speak over me.
Yes, ma'am.
Those properties are not in front of me. I've already ruled 28 days or $100 a day thereafter.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next case, page 13, I'm sorry, page 11, Inspector Bernstein Steinberg, case number CE 23070304, case address 1110 West Commercial Boulevard. Owner Universal Property and Casualty Insurance. Personal service on 9/7/23, posted at City Hall 9/14/23. I already got one. Which one? Which one? Edward. Edward, yeah.
Edward is that. Yeah, I just wrote another one.
Yeah.
Okay.
I just, okay, yeah. Edward.
You said I
Go back to Lauren. Go back to.
You got Edward, right? Will, Edward
Edward.
is coming.
Oh. And then next we will see.
Yeah, that's right.
Good thing, I mean.
It's the Andrea.
Go some home.
Yeah.
Go on.
Oh. No, no, it's not. People coming in, they come in late.
Last minute.
Go back.
Last minute.
That's when. No, I'm picking up on my. That's right.
Thank you.
See?
Last
Is Edward here? Oh, Edward, we need you to accept the invite. You declined it?
Yes.
They get somebody else.
All right, better than never. They don't leave. Don't leave.
You say get somebody else.
We're gonna continue on page 11, Inspector Bernstein Steinberg. Case number CE 23040443, case address 213 South Fort Lauderdale Beach Boulevard. Owner TRD of Fort Lauderdale LLC, posted at property 9/8/23, posted at City Hall 9/14/23.
Lauren.
Lauren. Good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Will you please raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
I do.
Inspector Bernstein, City of Fort Lauderdale Community Enhancement, case number 23040443. Property address 213 South Fort Lauderdale Beach Boulevard. This property was cited for the following violation 25-4. Your item is obstruction at the sidewalk at this location. The sidewalk chairs, the sidewalk cafe chairs, tables, signage, host tables and other miscellaneous items are required to be in a designated area. There is a gold medallion on the ground that identify a 13-foot clearance. A pre-hearing inspection on 9/23 revealed the violation stated is not in compliance. I would like to enter the photos as evidence that show violations as depicted. City requesting 10 days to comply or a fine of $100 per day. Your Honor, this is, the city is doing a project on A1A, and we've been informed, some months back, not only that business, Cafe Visa, but other businesses where they have to give more clearance. And, I've measured the area, if you notice, it is not up to that 13 feet. They probably got another maybe two more feet or 1.5 feet. And that's the rule. They have to get behind the gold medallion. So that's why they were cited.
You gotta get behind
The gold medallions that are there on the.
On the ground.
On the ground.
The next picture is gonna show the gold medallion.
Public
Oh, I
Works,
see it, I see it.
those were installed by our Public Works Department so they can see what the 13 feet clearance is from the inside of the curb.
Okay, please state your name for the record.
Good morning, Your Honor. Lauren Pleffner with Crush Law, representing the property owner.
Good morning. Is your client in agreement to bring the property into compliance within 10 days or face a fine of $100 a day?
Absolutely, Your Honor. We actually, as you can see, it's just a bit off. We got confirmation from the property owner that everything, including umbrellas, have been scooched over, so it is behind that medallion. And we would appreciate that time to call for inspection.
Okay, you got it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, Inspector.
Going back to page 5, Inspector Gustavo Caracas. Case number CE. Here. Case number CE 23070779, case address 404 Northwest First Avenue, owner 404 Northwest 1 LLC. Posted at property 9/5/23, posted at City Hall 9/14/23. Get her in here. No Leandria?
Page 544.
Yeah, I invited her.
That's the thing. We saw that before.
You can't see her. Ms. Walker, can you hear us?
Walker. I'm not supposed to be in here.
No?
Leandra's having trouble with it.
Okay,
Yes.
I'm sorry, Gus. Gus, I'm sorry, she's still having issues, so we can't. They're gonna try one more.
I did.
Can we see if we can get Edward?
Look for Edward Nassan.
Edward Nassan.
Yeah, join as a, he will promote her to panelist. I guess she can join as a.
Moving on.
Yep.
Right. Which decline, okay. We'll take a 5-minute break, 5-minute break, 5 minutes. Can you please mute us? Oh, sir, can you tell me what property address you're here for?
Hi,
Where's he going?
Got an address, I think it's 599.
good morning.
Good morning. What property address are you here for?
The address is 2357 Northwest 13 Court.
Okay, all right, we'll get to your case shortly, sir. Okay, we'll be back with you shortly. We'll be back with you shortly.
The problem is linked by no.
No. Just tell him we'll be back with you.
Buenos días, señor. Ya vamos a regresar con su caso, ¿ok?
Just give it for, he can do what he want to do.
So are we calling the next respondent or are we trying to
We're trying to get
ascertain
what
the other
there are
people
two
that are
more.
on there?
Mhm.
Okay.
They're declining. Wait, do we have a Lola? Is Lola there? The next person I'm getting ready to call, Lola? She's there?
Usually.
Yeah, and I do every other one, so it's really not.
We're starting.
You know, this is less than I assume I increased. Yeah, let's go.
We're ready? Next case, page 12. Inspector Bernstein Sandberg, case number CE 230500960, case address 1301 Northeast Fourth Avenue, owner RF Holdings 2 LLC, posted at property 9723, posted at City Hall, posted at 1 East Broward 91423. Good morning. Can you please unmute your mic?
Morning. Good morning, everyone.
Will you please raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
I do.
Good morning, Inspector Bernstein, City of Fort Lauderdale, Community Enhancement, case number 23050960, property address 1301 Northeast 4th Ave. This property was inspected back in May 30th, 2023 for the following violations: 1812A complied, 47-19.9 complied, 18-1 complied, 47-22.9 complied. 9-306, the exterior building wall on the north side of the building has missing and peeling paint. 9-305B, the landscape at this property is not being maintained and in well kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover, including the swell. 47-20.20.H. There are parking facilities that are not being maintained at this property. The asphalt parking lot has cracked holes, oil stains, and wires sticking out of the ground. I've spoken to the representatives for the company. They stated that multiple permits were submitted for commercial paving, mechanical, electrical, and accessory structure back in January 2022, which is confirmed, for installation of gas pump. According to a permitting department, all the permits for that project were void due to abandoned applications / purge, and they must reapply for a new plans and application. As of today, no application on file for this property. A pre-hearing inspection on 9-2323 revealed the violation stated is not in compliance. I would like to enter the photos as evidence that show violations are depicted. The city is requesting 56 days for permit application to be submitted, and mandatory appearance or a fine of $100 per day per violation. Oh, 63 days, I'm sorry.
Okay, please state your name for the record.
My name is Lola Khalikova.
Okay, are you in agreement to file for the permits within 63 days or face a fine of $100 a day?
Is there a way to give us a little bit more time? We have submitted, and I know there was noted that our previous application was withdrawn or abandoned. I want to ensure you that the application was not abandoned. The planning department asked us to apply to the zoning and make sure we get all the permits necessary for the construction that we're planning to do from the zoning first. We've been working with zoning department for almost a year now. Zoning department finally approved. We have an email saying that they are approving of our drawing. Our engineers are working on updating the drawing. The planning department, the building department said, since it took us, for zoning to get back to us for so long and us going back and forth and adjusting the drawings, building department said that they put our application is inactive and we have to resubmit the new application. So engineers are working right now on finalizing everything that was put on the new drawing that was approved by zoning to get it resubmitted to the building. I am told that engineers should be able to give us within the next couple days, a couple weeks. They've been working since July on this. We finally received the canopy drawings and all the drawings necessary for the engineers to submit the final drawing to our architects, which should be done in a couple of weeks. Our architects are requesting 4 weeks to complete the final drawing and submit to the city. So if there is a way to give us a little bit more than, I think you said 55 or 63 days, I wasn't sure which one of those was correct.
63 days is what they're asking for.
63 days. Our plan is to submit by the end of November. At least that's what we are on a time frame for. I just want to make sure we're not, if the city comes back and says we're missing something, we're not punished for, having to.
I think he's asking for 63 days for you to submit the application for the permits. That should be plenty of time for you to get that step done.
Yeah, 63 days would be a good time for us to submit the applications. I thought he wanted us to get them approved because that's our control.
No, he's asked for 63 days for you to submit the permits.
And a mandatory reappearance.
And a mandatory reappearance, which would be on my November 30th docket.
Yes, that would be great. We will definitely make sure we get all of this done by then.
Thank you very much.
No, sorry.
Thank you.
Wait one
Magistrate.
second.
I just want the representative to understand the reason why 9-305B, the landscape was not in compliance is because if you look at the picture, there's a swell area and they mulch that whole area. And I've spoken to, I guess, the manager and asked him to contact the landscape department whether or not they can landscape that whole swell area instead of putting grass or something else. So unless they get an approval from the landscape department that they're allowed to swell that mulch area around the property, then it's up to the landscape department to make that decision.
Okay. Have you been in touch with the landscape department about the swale area?
The swell area is the area in the middle where we're planning to put dispensers. Am I understanding that correctly?
No, around the property, there's a swell area that has mulch all throughout that area. And the person that did it didn't confirm me they were gonna put mulch. It was landscape previously, so we require it to be landscape. But if you're going to change it, you have to let the landscape department know you're going to change that area from grass to mulch so they can make sure it's okay on their standards.
Okay, I understand now. So since we changed it to the brown mulch instead of the grass that used to be there before, we need to get that approved by the landscaping to make sure it's in compliance with the landscaping department.
Yeah, there's a certain percentage of mulch you can use throughout the property and you have to just make sure you have that percentage.
Okay, otherwise, we need to get the mulch out and seed the area, or what's the other step we could take?
Speak to landscape department and they'll tell you whether or not you can use, how much mulch you can use throughout the property.
Okay.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next case, page 42, also Inspector Bernstein Steinberg, case number CE 220400523, case address 1470 North Dixie Highway, owner Wisteria Court Condo Association, Inc. This case was first heard 3/30/23, complied by 5/25/23. 2 suspensions noted on the agenda, 3 suspensions noted on the agenda, 2 sections not complied at $50 per day, fines start 9/29/23, and this is in order to reappear.
I'm sorry.
No. Good morning, Mr. Clapson. Will you please raise your hand? Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
I do.
Bernstein Steinberg, City of Fort Lauderdale Community Enhancement, case number 22040523, property address 1470 North Dixie Highway. As of today, the following violations remains 9-306. The building walls have not been maintained. Structural parts including fascia, soffit, are in disrepair. There are areas of the exterior that have stains and missing and peeling paint. 9-280H1. The wood fence surrounding the property is in disrepair and not being maintained as required. There are sections that are damaged, missing, slats, leaning and not secure. Pre-hearing inspection on 9/23/2023 revealed the violation stated is not in compliance. I would like to enter the photo as evidence that shows violations as depicted. Your Honor, this has been going quite some time. I understand that they have to get an approval from the board for the waterproofing work they have to do, but unfortunately, the wood fence, I'm not sure why they haven't addressed either fixing it or not. The only
Are they
option,
required to have a fence around this property?
it's just a repair. They don't have to do the whole fence. It's just a repair. I'm not sure why they haven't gotten to it, but the city has ran up its time of extension, so we're willing to proceed with The fines start tomorrow, and when they complete, we can go back and they can litigate the fines or whatnot.
Yes, and unless it's a business, magistrate, answer your question, like, that's abutting, like a residential property or something of that sort, if the permit in, the building, permit doesn't require it, then they can either repair, replace, or remove the fence, which means it doesn't have to still be there.
All right, sir, please state your name for the record.
Dale Clappison.
Okay, and why is this taking so long?
So as I explained in the last hearing, this is a very large project that includes concrete restoration, the painting, the wood fence, and there's pavers and a whole bunch of other stuff. The exterior wall repair, the concrete restoration, the waterproofing, and the painting permit is in process. BLD CRES 23090002. That general contractor is going to do the wood fence as well. But he's concentrating on the concrete repairs because they're more of a life safety issue as opposed to the fence. If they want us to do just some repairs, the fence is going to be completely taken down and rebuilt. But after the building repairs are done, we could do some temporary fence repairs, I guess, if that's what the inspector wants us to do.
My understanding, you have a choice to repair it, replace it, or remove it. So you got to do one of those things.
Okay, so is a temporary, I mean, it's going to be replaced completely, but like I said, it's after the concrete restoration. Can we go ahead and just maybe, shore it up a little bit, replace the boards that are missing, and then do the full replacement later on?
I'm not, when was the permit applied?
I'm looking at it now. I don't see when it was applied for. It's under Juan Castro Restore Construction Group. Permit number that I pulled this morning was BLD-CRES-23090002. It just says in process. And that's for, go ahead.
One of our last conversation at this meeting was for them to submit it. I'm not seeing that on our end. So maybe I'm hoping that he does have it, and that if he has it, then yes, we can continue. But if he doesn't have the permit, like on our end, I didn't see any permit.
Okay.
And I'm trying to see if you can. Are you not able to pull it up and see it?
What would we see? You pull it out. Maybe you pull it out.
It's like a restoration permit.
Yeah.
Okay.
Can't see when it was applied for.
If we can verify that the permit was applied, we'd be willing to work with them. But if we don't have any permit on file,
Well, what do you
and I'm
want me to
not
do today then?
just give me a.
Okay.
When he repairs it, make sure that he knows that when he repairs it, that the material has to be like material, like it can't be like all different colors. It has to be of the same material with the repair. Okay. If you want anything to make it, so if I something in. Huh? This is a serial number, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Under the person. I see.
You have to have a permit application.
That's from 2017. I don't see anything recent.
Yeah. Could I be looking for a BLD permit?
I'm looking at the part, I'm just looking at under everything.
You try the address in?
Huh?
You put
I
the
did the
address
parcel.
in. What's the address?
1470.
1470. Anything with BLD, that's gonna be.
Recertification.
No, that's what it's for a year.
Concrete restoration permit. The one that was.
Okay.
What's the date?
Probably where it's doing the concrete restoration, probably part of
The
enforcement.
BLDC, the BLDCRE.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yes.
yes, that's it.
Okay. So
It's in process.
it's going. All
When
right.
was it applied for?
When was it applied for? Go back. Go back. Go back to the number.
The summer.
They apply for the permit. It's like they just started a process on September the fifth.
Okay, so that was about a week out, less than a week after the last hearing.
Yep.
Okay, so I'm inclined to give it more time.
Yeah.
All right, how much time do you think you need?
Well, I guess the question is, as far as the fence, should we go ahead and just either remove it or just shore it up? Is that what the inspector wants? I mean, just like I said, the fence is going to be eventually torn down and put back up, but I'll do whatever you guys want us to do just to kind of buy some, time until we get to that point.
They're gonna do the concrete restoration, that it would make no sense to spend money on the fence. I mean, I would think, the attorney can agree, well, yeah, but I would think that if you're gonna grant additional time because of the permitting process, that would, to give the additional time for the fence violation as well, because the fence will be removed and that'll be
Okay,
compliant.
so how's 30 days? And
That's
I'll
fine.
I'll
Yes, Your Honor.
suspend the fines during that time.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Next case, page 43. Inspector Bernstein Steinberg, case number CE 23020868. Case address 420 Northwest 7th Terrace, owner Salvatore Solomon. This case was first heard 6/13/23 to comply by 7/11/23. One suspension from 7/27/23 to 9/28/23. 3 sections not complied at $100 per day, $4,800 accrued, and this is a request for extension. Good morning. Will you please raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
Yes. Bernstein Sandberg, City of Fort Lauderdale Community Enhancement, case number CE 23020868, property address 420 Northwest 7th Terrace. I'm gonna have to make some corrections on this, the other violations. The landscape violation was corrected before the fines was occurring,
Okay.
and I guess the other violation was, what was the other violation?
So 305B is complied.
Correct. And the other one, 9306 was complied prior to the fines.
Okay.
The only outstanding violation is 9-304B. It's not necessarily the trailer being parked on the grass, that's being complied, but the code also says that the driveway is not being maintained. The gravel driveway was worn and has grass going through it. A pre-hearing inspection revealed the violation stated not in compliance. I would like to enter the photos as evidence that show violations as depicted. Mr. South explained the reason why he hasn't gotten the gravel driveway complete.
Okay, sir, please state your name for the record.
Salvatore Solomoni.
Okay, it looks like you've done a good job of getting most of this in compliance, and we're gonna take away the fines that were approved by mistake. But you still have to fix the gravel in the driveway. So why is that taking so long, and how much more time do you need?
Yeah, it's all financial. I did everything at the house I possibly can. I've been, as I said, I've been challenged with my depression and anxiety. I been working in sales, but haven't earned what I should. I'm supposed to be starting a new job within the next week or two. Because again, yeah, I've been borrowing money to pay my bills from my parents, on stuff. But I mean, I got everything done except for the gravel. When I got some of the quotes, I attached a few of them. It's anywhere from 1,400, 2,600, $3,000, $4,000. I just don't have the money. And yeah, you could see some of those there. And so it's like, I just don't have the money at this point in time. So I've done everything else, maintained the lawn and everything and the swale and all that stuff. As I said, I mean, I've just had that driveway forever. There would have been better years for me to put one in. And you know, I hope next year is going to be a phenomenal financial year. I'm expecting to be on track, but I mean, I have like a ridiculous amount of bills that I can't even really pay, especially with the current economy and the inflation. So that's, I mean, that's my current situation. I have a ton of debt. I have a couple debt agreements in place, and I'm balancing. Like I'm expecting to try to resolve my situation when I can. The only- Yeah, go ahead.
Is 119 days okay with you?
For the gravel driveway, would you probably prefer more 63 or?
Give him a chance to start his new job and.
Absolutely.
Okay, she believes that's good. All right, 119 days extension. I'm gonna give you a chance to start your new job and hopefully life will get better.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
You're welcome.
So 120 days is when exactly?
119 days.
Oh, 119.
Yeah, it's January 24th, 2024. Do we want an order to reappear?
Yes.
Okay,
So suspend the
All right.
fine and the-
and I'll suspend the fines during that period of time. And if you comply it within that time, then you don't have to come back, okay?
Okay, perfect. I was gonna ask about that because,
For an inspection.
yeah, and as 119, is that the most? Is there any possibility like an extra month or two?
Yeah,
It's just
that's-
like, I mean, I'm just doing the math in my head and I'm like, it's just between starting work, getting paid commissions,
Yeah,
you know,
I
like,
need
and
to
some of that. I know.
I need you to try your hardest to get compliance. I'm
Okay.
willing to work with you, but I need you to try your
Okay.
hardest. So I'm gonna do
I
the
am.
119
Yep.
days. And you know, if you show me some diligence, you know, we'll work with you, okay?
Okay, got it.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Next case, page 24. Inspector Bovary Exantis, case number CE 23030538, case address 1416 Northwest 12th Street, owner Lordy Medaus and Abnet Gustave, posted at property 9/15/23, posted at City Hall 9/14/23.
I'm not sure if you can see us.
Yes, yes, we can see you.
Okay.
Will you please raise your right hand? Will both of you be speaking? If you are, will you both please raise your right hand? Do you
Yes.
swear or affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
Yes.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Morning, your magistrate, Officer Exentis, on behalf of City of Fort Lauderdale for media enhancement, case number CE 2303-0538, property address 1416 Northwest 12th Street. This property was first inspected on March 16, 2023, and the following violations were observed. Violation 9-304B is complied. Violation 9-305B. The landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There's area of dead and missing ground cover on the swell. Notice of hearing was posted on the property on September 15, 2023. The pre-hearing inspection was conducted on September 22nd, 2023, revealed as depicted in the photos. The city is requesting 28 days to comply and all fine of $25 each day thereafter.
Okay, can you please state your name for the record?
Lordy Medaus?
Okay, are you in agreement to bring the property into compliance within the next 28 days or face a fine of $25 a day.
So I wasn't aware that the portion that is on the other side of the sidewalk. I wasn't realizing that was part of,
They thought the landscape was complied.
No, that's 9305B. I mean, 304B is compliant.
Oh, I'm sorry, I
9305B
got
is-
that backwards. Okay, all right. Okay, so can you get the rest of it done within 28 days?
you mean just fixing the patches in the grass on the other side of the sidewalk? Is it that what's?
Yeah, you need to put grass on the right of way of the property.
The swale areas?
Yeah, that's a right of way.
Yeah. Do you understand what you need to do? You need to put grass in that swale area on the other side of the.
In front of the property, which is that what's separate your property within the main street.
Okay, so that's it. That's all that's all we need to comply with.
Yes.
That is correct.
Okay, yes.
All right, 28 days or $25 a day thereafter.
Okay, and do we just bring that evidence to the city so we wouldn't have to do another hearing, or does another
Yeah,
hearing have to happen?
when it's done, assuming that you get it done within that 28 days, you need to call the inspector to come out and inspect so that he can comply the case, and then you won't have to come back.
All right, may I have that inspector's contact info, please?
Sure, indeed. It was in your posting at the door, but I'll give it to you right now. Just let me know when you're ready.
I'm ready.
It's 954-828-6504.
Okay, and your name?
Exantus, EXANTUS, T as Tango.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your cooperation.
Thank you so much for your time. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Next case, page 26, Inspector Bovary Exantis. Case number CE 230700420. Case address 1016 Northwest 10 Terrace. Owner Alejandro Paez. Posted at property 91523. Posted at 1 East Broward 91423. Good morning. Will you please raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
I swear.
Morning again, Your Honor, Officer Exantis, on behalf of City of Fort Lauderdale Community Enhancement, case number CE 23070420, property address 1016 Northwest 10 Terrace. Property was first inspected in July 15, 2023, and the following was observed. Violation 18-12A, that's overgrowth, trash, rubbish, and debris on this property and it's this is a recurrent violation per previous case CE 2204-0451. This case will be heard at the special magistrate seeking a finding of fact whether the property come to compliance or not. At this time, the property is not in compliance, so notice of hearing was posted on property on September the 15th, 2023. The pre-hearing inspection was conducted in September the 21st, 2023, revealed as depicted on the photos. The city is requesting 10 days to comply or fine of $50 each day thereafter.
Sir, please state your name for the record.
My name is Alejandro Paez.
Mr. Paez, are you in agreement to bring the property into compliance within the next 10 days or face a fine of $50 a day?
Are you telling me that you went to the property a couple of days ago? Because the main problem we had some tenants that we had to evict. that they messed up the property, but since, I'll tell you when, 1 second, since since the 24th of August, I've got a new tenant and I fixed the house, everything should be in a good condition.
Okay, well, I'm gonna grant the 10 days then, so the inspector can come out and take another look at it and see if
Okay,
the case can be complied.
I'm pretty sure everything is corrected right now. I'm gonna double check just to make sure, you know, but yeah, if the inspector comes in 10 days and if he sees everything is okay, we're all good.
Yes, then we're
I
all
don't have to
good.
come back.
It's okay.
Okay, that
All right.
okay, so I mean, yes, so I'm okay with that, Your Honor.
Yeah, Your Honor, just for the record, I met with property owner previously in the past. You know, it's an ongoing situation at this property. So that's why I brought the case to the magistrate.
Yes. So, you know, you're building a record here of recurring violations, and you will eventually get fined if you don't get the property under control, okay?
I think that I have everything under control. I made sure this time I get a good tenant, you know, so I don't think that's gonna happen anymore. So once again, I apologize and I'm gonna make sure it takes care of. Okay?
All right, you have 10 days or $50 a day thereafter.
Perfect. Do
All
I,
right,
do I have to call the inspector within the 10th day? Is he gonna call me?
No, once.
I just wanna make sure that we're okay on the 10 days, you know? So,
Yeah, you can reach out to me once you have the property in compliance.
perfect. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Excellent.
Our next case, page 27. Inspector Bovary Exantis, case number CE 23060219, case address 1511 Northwest 11th Street. Owner Lisa Russo, posted at property 91423, posted at 1 East Broward 91423.
Here.
Good afternoon. Will you please raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
Yes.
Good afternoon, Your Honor, Officer Exantis, on behalf of City of Fort Lauderdale Community Enhancement, case number CE 23060219, property address 1511 Northwest 11th Street. This property was first inspected on June 7th, 2023, and the following violation was discovered. Violation 47-21.16.8 is complied. Violation 18-4C. There are multiple derelict vehicles parked, stored on the swell of this property. A black Infiniti with no tag and a black Honda with missing tires and missing parts. Also kept in a neglected state, filled with trash and vegetation that's growing underneath it. Violation 18-12A, there's overgrowth, trash, rubbish, and debris on this property and its well. Violation 9-305B, the landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover on the swell area. Violation 9-304B, parking facility at this property is in disrepair. Asphalt driveway has cracks, holes, and a blacktop is fitted. Violation 9-280H1. The wooden fence at this property is in disrepair and it's not being maintained as required. The fence has broken and missing parts. A notice of hearing was posted on the property on September the 9th, 2023, and a pre-hearing inspection was conducted on September 21, 2023, revealed as depicted in the photos. The city is requesting 28 days to comply or fine of $50 for each violation each day thereafter.
Can you please state your name for the record?
Lisa Russo.
Ms. Russo, are you willing to bring the property into compliance within the next 28 days or face a fine of $50 a day?
I need an extension. I can't get everything done in 28 days. I don't, look, my son passed away 2 years ago and I haven't worked since. And I've been very depressed. I got rid of all the cars. I'm getting the cars out of the driveway. I want to make sure I know exactly what I need to do. So it's the fence that's in disrepair that needs to be fixed, correct? They're saying there's grass missing just from the swale.
Correct.
I'm sorry.
That is correct.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, so the swale needs grass. I need to fix the driveway.
Affirmative.
Okay, and
Yes.
and I need to now explain to me about the car. There's no cars except cars in the driveway. So what do you want with that? What else is there besides what I've just mentioned? There's
At
no
this
cars
time-
on my swale.
That's understandable, ma'am. At this time, you do have a vehicle that's in disrepair, which is shown in the pictures, with the missing tires and then filled, with trash from the inside. And, so that car right at this time, it's being covered with a tarp. And then we need evidence that the car is fixed with a current tag. And, so we can move forward with that vehicle.
Okay, what's this vehicle there? That's on my swale. My swale is done. And any rubbish that was on the side, that's all been picked up.
That's the vehicle we're talking about right now. This vehicle right there.
Yeah, that vehicle has all the tires on there now.
Not according to the pictures.
Okay, I don't know. They're not my cars, so I'm having the person whose cars they are remove the cars from my driveway for good. I'm just not in control. So what do I do if I can't get him to move his cars? Do I call the tow company and have them towed? What do I do? They're not my cars.
Well, yeah, that's between you and the owner of the vehicle, but we needed to get it out of there because in order to comply the property. So.
Yeah, I'm just saying, can I call a tow company and ask them, since it's my home, to move the car out of my driveway when it's not my car?
I can't give you legal advice, but I can tell you that if you don't get rid of the car, you're gonna end up facing fines. So,
Okay.
you know, make sure you let the owner of the property know that I'm ruling that the car's gotta go. And, you know, you're gonna have no choice in the matter pretty soon.
Okay, got that.
All right.
I'll make
Okay.
sure the cars are gone within the 28 days. I can make sure the grass and all that is complied with in the next 28 days. As far as the fence and the driveway, can I have 60 days for that? And if
I'll give you 63 days for the fence and the driveway and 28 days for all else. Or face a fine of $50 a day, okay?
Okay, and I can call Mr. Exantis to have him come and check to see if I've complied within the 20,
Yes.
you know, like I
Yeah,
can make
you
an
need to-
appointment.
You need to do that so that he can come out and inspect it and comply the case, okay?
Okay, I will do that.
All right, good luck, Ms. Russo.
Okay, thank you.
You're
Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Next case, page 28, Inspector Bovary Xantis. Case number CE 230605110, case address 2025 Northwest 12th Avenue, owner Rena McComb, posted at property 91323, posted at 1 East Broward 91423.
Hello?
Hi. Hello.
Hello?
Will you please raise your right hand?
Could you speak up?
Do you,
I can barely
Yes.
hear you.
will you please raise your right hand?
My
Do you
right
swear-
hand is raised. I can't hear you though.
You did hear her.
Do you swear or affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
Yes.
Again, good afternoon, your magistrate, officer exensis. Yeah, Officer exensis on behalf of City of Fort Lauderdale Community Enhancement, case number CE 2306-0510, property address 2025 Northwest 12th Ave. This property was first inspected on June 15, 2023, and the following violation was discovered. Violation 18-1, there are chairs, table, and a microwave under the porch at this property, which created a public nuisance. Violation 9-306, the exterior building walls have not been maintained. There are areas of the exterior that have stain and missing peeling paints. Violation 9-280H, the wooden fence at this property is in disrepair and not being maintained as required. The fence has fallen and part of the fence is broken. Violation 18-12A, there's overgrowth, trash, rubbish, and debris at this property or its well. Notice of hearing was posted on property in September 13, 2023, and a pre-hearing inspection was conducted on September 20, 2023, revealed as depicted in the photos. The city is requesting 28 days to comply or fine of $25 for each violation each day thereafter.
Okay, please state your name for the record.
Rena McComb. My name is Leandra McComb.
Okay, do you agree to bring the property into compliance within 28 days? Or a
Yes.
fine of $25 a day?
Yes.
Okay, all right, thank you very much.
I would like to say, I didn't know of the disrepair due to the fact that I am blind.
Oh, I'm sorry.
So I didn't know, but for is coming to an appliance, yes, we have already started. So I don't
Okay.
know if they haven't come back since to take care of, took pictures of the property. But a lot of the debris was because we had, my kitchen was remodeled by my insurance, my home insurance, and they did not
Okay.
take away a lot of the debris, and I did not know anything about it.
Okay, all right,
the
so
fence-
I'm gonna give you 28 days to bring the property in compliance, but if you run into a problem and you can't complete it within those 28 days, make sure you contact the inspector and request an extension so that you
Yes,
don't
ma'am.
get fined. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am. Yeah. Thank you.
That's the evidence
that I submitted.
That with co-compliance supervisor, if you need our assistance, if you need us to go to a property and help you out and identify some of the things that need to be corrected, we'll be more than happy to do so.
Could we get that information so we will be able to, because like I was saying before, the fence, from my understanding, is being pushed down by a bush that's growing between my fence and my neighbor's fence. So,
Would you give her your number, please? Well, so we can meet him out.
Sure, just let me know when you're ready. I'll give you my number so you can reach out to me.
what is the phone number?
It's 954
954
828
828
6504.
6504.
Yeah, Inspector Exentis.
Is that the inspector that inspected the property before? Okay.
Yes.
All right, so make sure, get as much as you can done. And, if you can't get it done within that 28 days, call the inspector and request an extension. So we can try to work with you to get the property in compliance, okay?
Thank you very much. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Next case, page 29, Inspector Bovary Exantis, case number CE 230607333. Case address 1343 Northwest 13th Avenue. Owner Jeffrey Taylor. Posted at property 91423, posted at 1 East Broward 91423.
Ask him to accept the invite.
What's his name?
Mr. Taylor, can you accept the invite, please?
He's still not accepting?
I don't see anything on my end yet. You didn't find it?
Okay, go to Leandra. Go ahead to Leandra. Yeah, can we see if we can get Leandra back? That's Gus's case. Hopefully he won't decline.
Walker?
Yes.
Didn't find it as well.
Okay. Salvador. We're going to page 35. Can we get Salvador?
Yeah.
We might need a translator.
Hello?
I'm gonna read. Okay, we're gonna read in the case. Give us one moment. Next case, page 35, Inspector Dorian Cologne, case number CE 220100656. Case address 2357 Northwest 13th Court, owner Satisfying Company. This case was cited 12622 to comply by 21022. One section to apply to $500 per day, $135,250 accrued. The city is requesting $626. This is in order to vacate the order imposing fine and to reimpose. Okay, will you both please raise your right hands?
¿Pueden levantar la mano, por favor, derecha?
Do you swear or affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
Yes, I do.
And Gus, do you swear to translate from English to Spanish and from Spanish to English?
I do.
Okay.
Please state your name, sir, for the record.
Nombre. Salvador Miguel Marwan.
Okay.
Pres-
Are you in-
President and owner of Satisfying Company.
Okay. Are you in agreement, sir, with the reduction in fines from $135,250 to city costs of $626?
Can you repeat that one more time, please?
Señora, muy buenas tardes, Gustavo Caraca, yo soy el traductor. La jueza está diciendo si ustedes están de acuerdo con que la ciudad le baje de $135,250 en multas que usted tiene a $626.
Yes, sí.
Okay, all right, thank you very much. It's so ordered.
Thank you. Have a good day.
Thank you.
Next case, page 13. Inspector Patrice Jolly. Which one was it? The other two are called that. Let me see the page 13. 1711 of the 7 places complied.
Yes.
Okay, all right, we're going to page 14. Also, Inspector Patrice Jolly. Case number CE 23021042, case address 645 Northwest 14th Avenue. Owner Joseph A. Clare III and Nehemiah W. Clare, posted at property 9/15/23, posted at City Hall 9/14/23.
Hi.
Good afternoon. Will you please raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
I do.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Senior Code Inspector Patrice Jolly for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case CE 23021042 for the property located at 645 Northwest 14th Avenue. This property was first inspected on February 28th, 2023, and cited for the following violations: 18-12 complied, 9304B complied, 9305B complied, 9280H1. The fence at this property is in disrepair and not being maintained as required. Multiple re-inspections were conducted. On May 18th, the case was scheduled for special magistrate. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on September 21st, 2023, where violation 9-280H1 remained as depicted in the photos. The city is requesting 28 days to comply at $50 a day thereafter.
Please state your name for the record.
Naima Claire.
Ms. Claire, are you in agreement? It seems like you made a good start here. There's only the fence left to do. Can you get that done within 28 days?
I'm going to say yes now, but I may require an extension. Actually, I'd like to request an extension now, if at all possible, only because I was in the process of getting estimates because I had the driveway and the sidewalk redone. And in doing so, they messed the gates up as you open and close the gate to go into the driveway. So those poles have to be adjusted. I have a property management company that was in the process of gathering estimates to get that repaired. And she actually left and went on to another position. So now I have to kind of start that process all over again. And the government shutdown is kind of looming over my head. So I'm thinking money at this moment. So if at all possible, I'd like to request maybe a 45-day extension. But I am actively working on getting those things done.
I'm not opposed to that extension. The 63 days.
Okay. Because you've been so diligent with everything else, I'll give you 63 days to get the fence done or fine a $50 a day thereafter. How's that?
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Next case, page 17, Inspector Patrice Jolly, case number CE 23050413, case address 1704 Northwest 8th Court, owner Daco Court, posted at property 9/15/23, posted at 1 East Broward 9/14/23. Good afternoon. Can you please unmute your mic?
Hello. Good afternoon.
Hello, do you swear? Can you please raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
Yes.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Senior Code Officer Patrice Jolly for the city of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case CE 2305-0413 for the property located at 1704 Northwest 8th Court. This property was first inspected on May 15, 2023, and cited for the following violations. 9-363, failing to register the rental dwelling within the city. 2427 was withdrawn. 9-305B, the landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. The areas of dead and missing ground cover. This is a recurrent violation of previous case number CE 2106-0334. 9-304B is complied, but this is also a recurrent violation as per case CE 2106-0334. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on September 27th and showed violations 9-30B and 9-363 remain. The city seeking a finding of fact for violations 9-305B and 9-304B, and 28 days to comply for 9-363 and 9-305B at $50 a day per violation per day thereafter.
Sir, please state your name.
Jesus Suarez.
Okay, it looks like you implied some, but not all of this. Can you get the rest of the?
Okay. Yes, I have a question. I think that we did everything that you required, and even beyond of what you were requiring. So, are you understand which ones are still current violations?
The grass. You had your worker, I saw him on Saturday. He told me he was gonna have all the grass laid down in the front of the property. He put some stones on one side, but he left a big area on your property line where there's dirt. So that's what needs to be done to be compliant. You also need to register the property, the landlord registration. It's a free program that we have with the city.
Okay, we already did that, and we uploaded we uploaded the answer from the city. We have a case number already.
Oh, I can check it in compliant. Then do it right now.
Okay, so I'll give you 28 days to finish the property by putting that grass down and finishing the registration process, or fine of $50 a day thereafter.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye. Thank you.
Next case, page 18, Inspector Patrice Jolly, case number CE 2306-0349, case address 649 West Evanston Circle. Owner Stacy Eggleston and Jason Richard Eggleston, posted at property 91523, posted at 1 East Broward 91423. Good afternoon. Will you please raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
Yes.
Yes. Good afternoon, Your Honor. Senior Code Officer Patrice Jolly with the city of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case CE 2306-0349. The property located at 649 West Evanston Circle. This property was first inspected on June 9, 2023, and cited for the following violation. 18-12A, there's overgrowth, trash, rubbish, and debris on this property or as well. This is a recurrent violation of case CE 2211-0013. The violation is in compliance, the property is in compliance, and the city is just seeking a finding of fact for 1812.
All right, please state your name for the record.
Jason Eggleston.
Stacy Eggleston.
Okay, so you understand that the property is in compliance and there's no fines attached, but they've asked for a finding of fact that the violation did exist, so that if it happens again, you could get fined. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Okay, all right, then that's it. I'll just enter the finding of fact, no fines, and you're free to go.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Next case, page 18, Inspector Patrice Jolly, case number CE 23051011, case address 2231 Northwest 9th Court, owner Amelia Judith Castaneda, posted at property 9623, posted at 1 East Broward 91423.
Hello.
Good afternoon. Will you please raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
Yes, I do.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Senior Code Officer Patrice Jolly for the city of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case CE 23051011 for the property located at 2231 Northwest 9th Court. This property was first inspected on May 31st, 2023, and cited for the following violations. 47-34.B.1 is complied. 47-34.A.1 There is illegal land use occurring at this property. There's a large pile of construction materials and wood being stored on the driveway. This is a non-permitted use for ULDR for this RMM-25 zone residential property. This is a repeat violation of previous case number CE 201-00070. 9-308B. There's a plastic, which is complied. 9-304B is complied. The gravel driveway of this property and its soil is not being maintained as required. There is growth of grass and weeds throughout the surface. This is a repeat violation of previous case number CE 221-00070. The property was posted with an inspection report and due to the repeat violation, the print form is getting submitted for supervisor approval. The property is re-inspected on June 13th, also on June 30th and July 7th, 2023, where the property was found in compliance. The city is requesting that a fine of $3,600 be imposed for the time the violations remained out of compliance. So, I'm sorry, not 3,600, 1,800. So filed that by the repeat violation 47-34.1.8 was out of compliance for 36 days, and 9-304B was out of compliance for 36 days as well. Both repeat violations, and they total $1,800. No, 900 each. The final amount is going to be 1,800.
I'm sorry, I meant
Yes, $25. I'm sorry, $25 per violation.
Okay, please state your name.
Amalia Castaneda.
Okay, do you understand that the fines began to run because of the repeat nature of the violation?
So what I was explaining to Patrice is that originally when I bought the home, I bought it as is. So when I received a home, I bought it in May, but I wasn't able to move into June or July. I already had violations during that time. The officer before, his name was Wilson. So Wilson was able to work with me to change or to make all the necessary changes. But I never received the form to come and I guess speak to you or whoever else was in charge, the judge in charge that day. So I already had paid fines for that. Everything was fixed. And I guess that this case actually was transferred over to Patrice, but Wilson had it the whole time. I have provided proof. Whenever you signed up for this, you could provide all the proof. But I provided proof to Wilson, checking in on him June 14, requesting any updates regarding the case, as well as I provided proof of the paperwork showing that I'm actually in litigation about my roof. Like I said, I bought the property and the 4-point inspection showed that the roof wasn't standing for the next 5 years. And as soon as I got the first hurricane, it got damaged. So that's the reason the tarp was there, and I did provide proof. When Wilson quit his job, I'm guessing he quit, I'm not quite sure what happened. The case was transferred to Patrice, but Wilson never sent in the violation form, which I provided proof that it was date stamped on 6/23. I received it around 6:30, and all the violations were fixed by 7/6. I am quite assured this is a repeat situation, but we were already been trying to work with the previous violation, and Wilson never told me there was a case and it was heard. So I got a letter in the mail stating that I had to pay $800 in fines, which I did because I was unable to get a lien request hearing So then I got this new one, which didn't make sense because I didn't even know the previous case was closed. Patrice is aware that Wilson was in charge of my case, and for some reason there was some communication and the ball was dropped. It's been up to date. I provided pictures of it as well. Everything's fixed. As far as the materials, it's part of fixing the roof. My house inside was flooded. There was some damage to the walls, so I've been having to pay everything out of pocket while paying my mortgage by myself.
So like I explained to you, the violations that were cited by Wilson were repeat violations. So as soon as he cited them and they're on record, they started to accrue fines that day. So that's why you have the fines that accrued now. And when I was able to come out and comply for you.
I understand that, but I bought the house as is with all the issues present when I received the violations. So
That was a separate case.
right,
So this
no,
is a
I
new
understand.
case
That's the
then.
reason why this is a repeat situation, because I was still finishing up from the previous, which it was never in compliance when Wilson provided that information.
So is what she's saying, the first violation was before she moved into the house,
So she-
and that's what makes it a repeat violation?
Yeah, so she bought a house with violations that was currently, that she had to fix, right? And but when you buy a property, you assume the responsibilities of the property. So she went to court for that one. And then she ended up with the similar violations again, so she was cited again by the inspector, and that's why we're here today.
Sorry, I never went to court for the first one. So I was never informed that there were violations. I moved from Connecticut to Florida. So this is all new to me.
Okay, all right, but you understand that when you buy property as is, you buy subject to what?
I know that now.
Yes, you know that now.
I know
Okay.
that now. I could show proof that I have a license from Connecticut and I had to get one for Florida. I know that now.
All right. Okay,
You could work with me because it's a lot.
yeah, I understand. Okay, all right, I'm gonna reduce the fine to $600.
Okay.
And hopefully now that you're aware of the process and the procedure and you're a good girl, you can.
Yes.
That don't end up in trouble again, okay?
Yes, thank you.
All right, thank you.
Bye.
Next case, page 21, Inspector Patrice Jolly, case number CE 23070002, case address 1716 Northwest H Street, owner Core Development Group LLC, posted at property 91523, posted at City Hall 91423.
Good morning. Or good afternoon, sorry.
Good afternoon. Will you please raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
Yes, I do.
Good afternoon, Your Honor, Senior Code Officer Patrice Valley for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case CE 23070002 for the property located at 1760 Northwest 8th Street. This property was first inspected on July 1st, 2023, and cited for the following violations. 18-1, there is roofed outdoor stores consisting of, but not limited to wood, black trash bags and other construction-related refuse at this property that is creating a public nuisance. It is being maintained in such a manner that the property is or may reasonably become infested or inhibited by rodents, vermin, or wild animals, or may furnish a breeding place for mosquitoes, or threaten or endanger the public health, safety, or welfare, and may adversely affect and impair the economic welfare of adjacent properties. This is a recurrent violation. Please see case CE 2009-1176. 18-12A. There is overgrowth, trash, rubbish, and debris on this property and or swale. This is a recurrent violation. There's also, there was also a large mound of dirt in the front yard, that was covered with black tarp. PCK CE 2009-1176. The property is in full compliance at this time. The city is seeking a finding of fact for violations 18-12A and 18-1.
Please state your name for the record.
My name is Amin El Khoury, owner of
Okay.
Core Development Group.
Yes. So what's happening here is that because of the recurring nature of the violation, even though you brought the property into compliance and there are no fines today, they're asking for a finding of fact that the violation exists so that if it happens again, you will be fined. Do you understand that?
I do, Your Honor, but here's the thing, this property, this property has been leased to the same tenant for the past 10 years, so I wasn't aware of any prior violations. And when he moved out, he made a huge mess, and so I had to go in and take care of everything and bring everything to compliance. So what I'm requesting from you is, give me one more chance that it will not happen again.
That's essentially what this does, is to give you one more chance. I'm just making a finding of fact that the violation existed, but I'm not giving you any fines today. So you will only be fined if it happens again in the future.
Okay, sounds good.
All right? All right, thank you very much.
Thank you. Have a nice day.
You too.
Next case, page 22, Inspector Patrice Jolly, case number CE 2307-0004, case address 1624 Northwest 7th Street, owner Madra 7 Group LLC, posted at property 9723, posted at 1 East Broward 91423.
Hello?
Good afternoon, will you please raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
Yes, I do.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Senior Code Officer Patrice Jolly for the city of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case CE 2307-0004 for the property located at 1624 Northwest 7th Street. This property was first inspected on July 1st, 2023, and cited for the following violations: 9-305B, which is complied on 7/18/2023. The landscape at this property is not being maintained in neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover. This is a repeat violation of previous case number CE 21120107. 18-12A, which is complied on 8/10/23. There is overgrowth, trash, rubbish, debris on this property and or its swale. This is also a repeat violation of previous case number CE 21120107. 24/7B, which complied on 7/12/2023. There's both. So all violations are in compliance with this property. The city is requesting that a fine of $2,900 be imposed for the time the violations remain until they were brought into compliance.
But everything's complied today.
Everything is complied today, yes. The repeat violation complied, yeah, the 9-305B complied on 7/18, a total $900, and the 18-12A complied on 8/10/23, and that was $2,000 at $100 per day.
Sir, please state your name.
Rafi Anak.
Okay, you understand that because of the repeat nature of the violation, that the fine started to accrue, and you now have $2,900 in fines on this property.
Yes, ma'am, I understand. This was a tenant that was in the eviction process that was causing a lot of trouble. It took about 3 months to get her out. She was continually having trash and debris outside the property like the pictures showed. I spoke to Inspector Jolly many times. As soon as it happened, we started taking care of everything. Unfortunately, the legal process takes, the time that it takes, but I would never want it to be out of compliance. Whenever there was an issue, we took care of it. We were responsive. I understand that it happened. Obviously, it did happen. We've cleaned up the house and we're probably going to sell it because it's been a troubled property in a troubled area for quite a while. So if there's anything you can do with the fine, I'd really, really appreciate it. It was never our intention to be out of compliance.
All right, well, you know, I understand your position and unfortunately, you know, if I do not follow the law, everyone, because the tenant was the one that made the infraction, you know, I would be doing that all day. Unfortunately, even though a tenant was doing the infraction, you're still responsible under the code, so.
I understand. Any sympathy would be appreciated. I mean, it's a lot of money, 3,000, all that we've already been through with this tenant. And it was just trash. It wasn't something, you know, it is a violation, but it wasn't something crazy. It was just debris and trash that was being thrown. So anything you could do, really, I'd honestly appreciate it.
I'll reduce it to 2,400, but that's all.
Okay.
Thank you.
Next case, also page 22, Inspector Patrice Jolly, case number CE 230701337, case address 1700 Northwest Sixth Place, owner Mount Olive Gardens, number 1 Inc., in care of Triumph Housing Management, personal service on 9/7/23 and posted at 1 East Broward on 9/14/23.
Hello, good morning.
Good afternoon. Will you please raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
I do.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Senior Code Officer Patrice Jolly for the city of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case CE 23070137 for the property located at 1700 Northwest 7th Street. This property was inspected on July 6, 2023, and the following violation was observed. 18-1, there is trash and debris around the dumpster and its enclosure at this property that is creating a public nuisance. It is being maintained in such a manner that the property is or may reasonably become infested or inhibited by rodents, vermin, or wild animals, or may furnish a breeding place for mosquitoes or threaten or endanger the public health, safety, or welfare, and may adversely affect the error and impair the economic welfare of adjacent properties. This is a repeat violation. Please see case CE 230-20938, where the property was previously cited for this violation. The city's, because the violation was brought into compliance on July 7th, one day, due to being repeat, the city is going to request a fine of $500 being imposed.
Sir, please state your name for the record.
Yes, my name is Robert Blodgett.
Okay, you understand that the property began to accrue fines because of the repeat nature of the violation?
I'm sorry, I'm a little bit confused. So the pictures that I'm seeing are from the July 4th weekend when we didn't have any staff on site because of the holiday. July 5th was the Monday. Was this, but that's not, these pictures aren't for the current violation, are they? What's the date of the current violation?
Those pictures are of the current violation?
Yeah, that's the dumpster. So on the 6th, it was, you can see the
That-
5th where.
I'm sorry. What's the date of the current violation?
There's no current violation. It's been complied since July 7th.
Okay. So,
That's after you cleaned it up.
okay, I was a little bit confused by that. So the current you said there was a previous violation. I was told this is a repeat violation and there was a previous violation. So the date of this violation is the 5th of July.
No,
Is that-
excuse me, I apologize. This is the first violation.
This is a repeat violation or the first violation?
No, this is removed, it's a repeat violation though, it is, because I have it on there.
Okay.
It is, it's a repeat violation, so that's why you're being cited the 500 opposed to 250 for the first time, so it's the second
So
time it's
what-
happened. The
Sorry.
previous case is, you want to know the case number for the other one?
What was the date on the previous one?
I just have the case number here. I'd have to pull the case up, and I gave you the case
Okay.
number, you can look the history up.
Okay. Okay,
You ready?
yeah, sorry, go ahead.
It's CE
Yes,
2302
yes,
0938.
okay.
All right,
Okay, so now I have this clear. So this is the picture of the second time that this occurred?
No, this is the second time it's occurred. That's why you were cited for
Okay,
this case
okay,
here. This is
okay.
for this case.
Yeah.
okay, so the
So-
fine is $500.
Yes, so I'm really sorry about this. The picture was taken on you can see on the date, it was taken on July 5th. And we have a full-time handyman as well as a full-time groundskeeper. This picture was taken on one of the very few days of the year that our office is closed for the federal holiday, July 4th. That's why there was trash.
July
there.
5th was a Wednesday.
Yes, so July 4th observed.
It was July 3rd.
So let
not
me
July
just look
5th.
at my calendar here. Okay,
I'm
so
looking at my calendar. It's July
okay,
3rd.
so
was the
yes,
observed holiday.
so
All right.
so we had Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday. There was no one working.
All right, sir, I'm imposing the fine of $500. It's your responsibility to keep the property up. And you're gonna have to make a better effort if you're gonna give your employees the days off. Someone's gonna have to be responsible for that dumpster.
Okay.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
I don't know why the 6th, 7th Street.
Next case, page 39. Inspector Patrice Jolly, case number CE 230107889, case address 3204 Davy Boulevard, owner Saria Holdings 2 Inc. This case was first heard 7/27/23 to comply by 8/6/23 and 8/31/23. Two sections not complied at $150 per day, $12,150 accrued. The city is requesting the full amount for the fines continue to accrue. Good afternoon. Will you please raise your right hand?
Good afternoon.
Do you swear or affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
I do.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Senior Code Officer Patrice Jolly for the city of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case CE 23010789 for the property located at 3204 West Davy Boulevard. This case was last heard on July 27, 2023, when the special magistrate found for the city. The property was re-inspected on September 15th, where the violations remain. The city requesting that fines be imposed as read.
Please state your name for the record.
Veronica Concha, on behalf of Saria Holdings 2.
Okay, why are we having a problem with this property?
I'm a little bit confused. This has been complied with. I sent an email to Inspector Jolly on first email I sent was on the 20th. Excuse me, I'm going backwards. I'm sorry. On the 15th, I advised of August that everything had been complied with. He advised that he would be re-inspecting the property on the 19th, on the 16th, I'm sorry, and then he did that. Never heard back from him. I reached out to him on September 19th, where he then advised that there was 2 dumpsters that remained without enclosures, which would be that one right there. I advised him on September 20th that this was complied with. So all of the dumpsters at this point have been enclosed. The 2 dumpsters that were not enclosed was a communication error on our end. Because of the tenants, Family Dollar and a liquor store, their lease terms indicate that they're responsible. I understand that's not here nor there for the city. Nonetheless, we went ahead and completed those enclosures. So as of the 20th, all of this has been done. The 25th, everything's been done.
Okay.
I have pictures that I
I'm gonna
sent.
send it to the inspect. But also too, these enclosures need to have doors on them. They can't just be boxed on three sides. Needs to have doors and closed and secure from people being able to just go into the dumpsters and create more issues with trash and different things like that.
Okay,
So
there
they all
was-
need to have doors. The enclosures need to have doors.
Okay, there was nothing indicating that they needed to have doors, because in other properties we
Well-
don't. The doors, I mean, that's nor here nor there in my opinion, because they can throw things over it. But and even in my email, when I advised the ones that were done, you didn't advise that we needed doors.
Because I assume you were incomplete, you did it through the permitting process. So now we're gonna check to make sure everything is gone through correctly, that you installed dumpsters and they should have doors when they're installed, if they're permitted.
Did you pull a permit to do the enclosures?
I believe the inspector, the gentleman, the contractor that did the work did, yes.
Well, he should have known better then.
They wouldn't have been final. The permits wouldn't have been
Did you call for a final inspection on those permits?
He would have been responsible to do that, yes.
Okay,
I would have to check to see if he did that.
all right. I'm gonna grant a 10-day extension so that the inspector can come out and re-inspect the property and see what's in compliance and what's not.
Okay, at this
And
point,
also set fines during that time.
okay, we're clear that none of them have doors, so that I'll go ahead and speak with the gentleman that performed the work, the company, and have them install the doors and let them know this needs to be done before the 10 days.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next case, also page 39, Inspector Patrice Jolly, case number CE 23021015. Case address 2700 West Broward Boulevard, owner 101 Southwest 27th Avenue LLC. Heard 6/29/23 to comply by 8/31/23. Two sections not comply to $100 per day, $5,600 accrued. The city is requesting the full amount and the fines continue to accrue. Page 39. Page
Yes.
39, 27 Cater.
Oh, not right.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Will you please raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
I do.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Senior Code Officer Patrice Jolly for the city of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case CE 23021015 for the property located at 2700 West Broward Boulevard. This case was last heard on July 29th, when the magistrate granted 63-day extension. I've been, currently, she sent the email to Supervisor Davila and I to let us know that they were done with the plans. Like, she had to get some plans drafted to change for the property for the landscaping. Last when we checked, there was no permits on file and nothing was finalized. So that's why we're moving forward with imposing the fines. But we know she's been working to try to get things together.
Okay, please state your name for the record.
Kate Noma.
Did you submit permits to get the rest of the landscaping done?
No, ma'am. The reason why, because as Inspector Jolly said that we contacted Supervisor Davila. He put me in contact with Mr. Andre Cross, and we have been playing like we cannot get a hold of him. So first he was on a vacation, then my landscaper cannot get in some. He needs the guideline as far as the excavation and prep work for the site, so we can go ahead and install. And before he submits the plan, so we're in immersive Mr. Cross now.
I mean, Your Honor, that's Ron Montoya, Hassan, City Attorney's Office. That's not technically correct. Mr. Cross's position is of a facilitator. It certainly does not prevent a contractor who should be knowledgeable about the city's code requirements to submit a permit and get the process started. Mr. Cross is not in the landscape division, nor is he, the only individual in the city that can help facilitate the submission of a permit.
Anything else?
Yeah, we follow the city guideline. I mean, the landscaper is the company named the Solid Ground Landscaping. They're doing all the local landscape. I'm sure that he's qualified, but we're following the process. The supervisor Davila put us in touch with Mr. Cross, so I have all the emails, phone calls, text messages from my landscaper.
Okay, Mr. Cross is there to try to help you facilitate. He's not there. He's not part of the landscaping department. So it's still your responsibility to get it done.
I know, and I'm not refusing that. I'm doing my due diligence and good faith effort to deal with this. And we
well, if you need a permit, you should have applied for one.
We're trying. I'm not refusing. I'm willing to put an extra funds into replacing the landscape at this site, and we have a multiple car washes throughout 3 counties. That's the only one where we have the problem. So. Yes, we're going to put the more money and remove that the landscape that died, but I need some help from the city.
I'm asking you why you didn't submit the permit.
I'm sorry?
I'm not asking you how much it's going to cost. I'm asking you why you did not submit the permit.
Because my landscaper needs the guideline. So his words are, he needs the clarification before he submits about site preparation and requirements for the excavation and the landfill. I'm not the landscaper,
So he needs to contact the landscaping department.
So, okay, we will touch base with the landscape department and we'll stop contacting Mr. Cross. Am I understanding it correctly?
Well, you have to submit a permit and that has nothing to do with Mr. Cross.
We're just following the guideline of what we received from Supervisor Davila. I'm sorry if I misunderstood something. If I would have known, I would also request some extension. So, but I'm willing to work, I'm more than happy to, and that's our process, to submit and comply, replace this landscape.
Trash, rubbish, and debris.
Yeah, and what about picking up the trash? Why is it taking all this time to do that?
My people picking up the trash on a daily basis multiple times. The presence of the homelessness in that area, I'm sure that you're aware, it's astonishing. I'm having, just for the past 2 months, by the homeless people were robbed 2 times, me personally, and they're doing as much as they can. I have people on clock. I can show you my schedule that says cleaning, and they do. I know they do. But amount of the homeless people there, I'm sorry, this is just not bearable.
Clarify, just as Attorney Rhonda had said, that Andre Cross is a business assistance coordinator, which means just like our city attorney has said, that his only role he plays is that he helps the permit get through the different disciplines once it's been submitted. Looks like your landscaping guy hasn't even submitted the plans in order for it to get through the different disciplines. He will have no jurisdiction over what needs to be on the plans. Your landscaping expert should already know what needs to be on his plans in order to submit that for a permit.
Before he submits the permit, and I'm sorry, before he submits for the permit, my understanding, and again, I'm not the landscaper, I'm in a different type of the business. He needs some clarification. So now what I'm hearing from you, I understand that he probably needs to talk to someone else. If Mr. Cross would have told him, I'm just business coordinator, I'm sorry, go to the landscape department, that would be fine. But we are on 28 and we haven't heard back from Mr. Cross for almost 3 weeks. So not to throw anyone under the bus, I'm doing my best.
Your landscaper can just come into the office as well.
Right.
As he comes in here, we can.
I'll make sure to tell him that.
Don't speak above me.
I'm sorry.
He can submit the permit, and if there's a problem with it and the permit is not what it should be, or the landscaping plan is not according to code, he will be told that.
Okay. I'll make sure to tell him that.
All right. I'm going to give you 10 days to submit the permit.
Okay, thank you.
And that's it. No more extensions after that.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Next case, also page 39, case number, Inspector Patrice Jolly, case number CE 23010094, case address 231 Southwest 31st Avenue. Owners Louis Leddy and Stefania Patel. First heard 7/27/23 to comply by 8/31/23. One section not compliant at $150 per day, $4,200 accrued. The city is requesting the full amount and the fines continue to accrue.
If you decline the first invite, then send an invite again. Tell them to accept.
Okay, will you please accept the invite that's coming?
Okay.
Got it.
Joining. Yes.
Okay. Good afternoon. Will you please raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
Correct, yes, I do.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Senior Code Officer Patrice Jolly for the city of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case CE 23010094 for the property located at 231 Southwest 31st Avenue. This case was last heard on July 27, 2023, for the Magistrate for the city. Pre-hearing inspection was conducted on September 22nd, 2023. On violation 905B remains. The city is requesting that the fines be imposed as read.
Sir, can you please state your name for the record?
Louis Letty.
Okay. Why hasn't the landscaping been completed?
Because there's a ditch right there, so every time it rains, the water just sits there. The city came and do some work and made it even worse. So there's a ditch right there, it's like so deep. There's no way that every time you put grass in, that's after 2 weeks. So it's like, it's basically, I'm working for the city because if every 2 weeks I gotta put grass there, it doesn't even make sense because it's so deep. It looks like it has to elevate the whole pave. I don't know. Something has to be done because they came and do some work and now it's even worse.
Because you park there all the time. That's what kills your grass.
As you can see in the picture that you have, there's no car parked there nowhere. It's both
Well,
here,
we drive
but
by
it's
often
still
and
there.
see cars parked there.
You say what now?
Cars are usually parked there, so.
Yeah, but the picture you took, so obviously that there wasn't no car parked there, no? I'm guessing.
And that's why I was able to see there was
Because
no
the water
grass.
just sit there. So, but why don't you put a request into the city so they could take a look at it? So why is it so deep there? It's deep. It's deep. There's actually a drain there as well.
So it's this
There's
well
a
designed
drainage
to
right
be
next door.
concave
And
so that the water percolates. So he's
Okay.
requesting that you raise this well, but you can't do that. It's just because he parks on the grass, that's why it dies.
Okay.
That's the bottom line.
All right, I'm gonna impose the fine. You're gonna have to get that done or it's gonna continue to run. Next case.
We're going back to page 5. Inspector Gustavo Caracas, Leandria
Repeat that again?
Walker. We're done, sir. The fine has been imposed. Leandria Walker, is she here? Is she here?
Yes.
Leah, I'm gonna try promoting her right now. Plan to get.
He declined. Okay, next. Did not want to be here.
I'll wait until you end so we can read it. It's just.
Yeah.
I'll wait
I
until.
don't have any more. I don't have any more for him.
So that's it.
I'm saying, can you want me to wait till the end?
No, till the end. I'll wait until the end.
No, we're not gonna call her anymore. You're not gonna call her anymore?
No.
She declined 3 times. She's declined twice.
Okay, right, okay.
All right, next case, we're going to page 11. Can we please get Edward Nassan? Yeah, I don't want to call Vernon until we get him on. Yeah.
Edward declined.
He declined, okay. One more, we're gonna try one more. Both readers. Page 29, Jeff Taylor.
Okay, so maybe that might, like, they could kind of accept.
For those of you that are remaining online, when you get an invitation, please accept it and do not decline it. If you decline multiple times, unfortunately, your case is going to be heard without your input. So please accept an invitation to join our hearings when you're given that invitation. Thank you.
Jeffrey is.
Jeffrey is what, I'm sorry?
Jeffrey.
Okay. That's you, though.
Yes.
Mhm. Okay, I'm gonna read the case in, 29. Case, Inspector Bovary Xantis, case number CE 23060733, case address 1343 Northwest 13th Avenue. Owner Jeffrey Taylor, posted at property 91423, posted at 1 East Broward 91423. Mr. Taylor, will you please raise your right hand? Mr. Taylor, can you hear me?
Can't hear anything.
Mr. Taylor, can you hear us? Hello, can you hear us?
Oh, yeah.
Hello?
Hello, can you hear us?
Yeah, I can.
Thank you. Will you please raise your right hand?
Hello?
Will you please raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
I do, yeah.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Officer Xantis on behalf of City of Fort Lauderdale Community Enhancement, case number CE 23060733, property address 1343 Northwest 13th Ave. This property was first inspected in June 2022, and the following violation was discovered. Violation 9-304B. Parking on the lawn dirt surface is prohibited. There are vehicle parked on the grass lawn area. The asphalt driveway is not well maintained. There are cracks, holes on the driveway, and the blacktop is fitted. Violation 9-305B. The landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover on the swell area. Violation 9-306. The exterior building walls have not been maintained. Structural parts, including fascia boards and awnings, are stained and dirty. There are areas of the exterior that have stained and missing peeling paints. Violation 9-280B is complied. Violation 18-4C. There's a black derelict BMW in a state of neglect, parked or stored at the property with flat tires and covered with tree leaves, and vegetation is growing underneath it. Notice of hearing was posted at the property in September 14, 2023, and the pre-hearing inspection was conducted on September 21st, 2023, revealed as depicted in the photos. The city is requesting 63 days to correct all violation, or fine of $25 for each violation each day thereafter.
Okay, please state your name.
Jeffrey Taylor.
Mr. Taylor, are you in agreement to bring the property into compliance within the next 63 days or face a fine of $25 a day?
No, I do not.
Of course.
I just got my mom been in the hospital for 6 to 7 months, in and out of the hospital. I just got had the house passed over to me. We're gonna upgrade the house, and 63 days may not be enough for me to pull up that tree that's killing the that's buckling the driveway. I do have a contractor
and he's pulling permits. As you can see, the car was parked on the driveway, and somehow it started growing stuff underneath. I've been working on the house, just getting stuff that should have been done previously. The swell, if you notice in the front where there's rocks, the city put that there. There was some construction out front on the road. The city put that, it had grass before, the city put the rocks there, and they've been there for years. So if you want to come out after we done doing the upgrade to the home and the landscaping, you're more than welcome to have the city put grass there.
Your Honor, the city's not aware of when the city had placed the rocks there, and then it's property owner responsibility to maintain the right of way, which is as well. So if
I don't understand what you're saying.
Sir,
I
please.
don't. I can't understand what he's saying. Well, you want to keep saying something so I don't not understand?
He's saying that we're not aware that the city ever put any gravel in the swale, because the city typically does not maintain any swales in the limits of the city of Fort Lauderdale.
Okay, but the city did some repairs on the waterway, and when they finished, they put the gravel there. They didn't. I mean, okay. So that's like I said, I got a contractor who's going to bring the
All right, Mr.
house up to
Taylor,
code.
let the inspector speak a moment, and then I promise I'll hear you as well.
Okay.
As I was saying, Your Honor, if the property owner wants to keep the swell the way it is, he will need to get a permit, after the fact permit to keep the swell, the gravel on the right of way. And, but he will still need to maintain, the gravel, because at this point right now, the gravel is worn through, is being swallowed up by the earth. So it needs to resurface the gravel. But at this time, if he's not willing to get a permit, then he would have to replace the gravel with, living ground cover, which is the needs to put grass.
Do you understand that, Mr. Taylor?
No, I don't understand that. Like I said, the driveway is gonna be, it's part of the upgrade to the home. So all the stuff that has been done is gonna.
Driveway right now, we're talking about the swale. It's your responsibility to maintain the swale. The swale is not maintained according to code at this particular time. So you have to either get a permit to put more gravel there, or you need to put grass there. Do you understand?
I understand.
Okay, what I'm gonna do is, I understand that you're doing upgrades to the property. I'm gonna give you 63 days, and I'm gonna give you an order to reappear. If it appears that you're being diligent during those 63 days and you need more time, you just need to request it, okay?
Your Honor, I would just add, the derelict vehicles should not take 63 days to remove.
Indeed.
With there's vegetation growing underneath them and covered in leaves.
All right, that's a
With
good
flat
point.
tires.
With flat tires, yeah.
Okay, all right, so I will.
So you guys are, wow. Can I just say this, like I just said, it's more important stuff is going on. I just said, my mother just got out of 7 months of in and out of the hospital and rehab.
I understand, and I'm
So
trying
that's
to work with you, so. All right, so I will give you, how much time do you need? You need to get that car out of there.
Your Honor,
Normally, I only
Your
give
Honor,
10
I need
days
you guys
for
to just
that.
leave me alone and let me take care of my mother and her property. Really do. I've done
properties are good
everything
to
I
you.
can. I've done everything. This lady
All
has
right,
been
sir,
there 50
obviously you
years.
don't want to address my questions, okay? So I'm gonna give you 10 days to get the BMW out of there and 63 days
It's
for
not,
everything else. Sir, I'm speaking.
I'm listening.
63 days for everything else, and in order to reappear on my November 30th docket.
Your Honor, I need more than 10 days to move that vehicle. I'm the only person that's working with my mother. I'm a truck driver. I'm a retired military. I can't do everything. Please give me more time to move the vehicle. I have a spot, but I need to be there, and I can't be there and pay for all this stuff at the same time. I need to work.
If you
I'm a
had
truck
told me
driver.
that to begin with, instead of ignoring my questions, I'd be more inclined. All
Well, I
right, I will give you
apologize. All I heard was,
I will
I'm
give
sorry.
you 28 days to get rid of the vehicle and 63 days for everything else, and in order to reappear on November 30th, and that's my final ruling.
Thank you, sir. That's not on. We're gonna go to page 11. Mr. Edwards said that he now knows how to join as a panelist. Edward Nissan.
All right, so that goes.
He accepted. No, that's Bernstein. I want to be in person.
Again, can you please accept any invitations to join the hearing as a panelist? Do not decline it. Please hit join.
Join as a panelist. Email, that's it. Now he knows what to do.
What's his name?
Edward,
if you fail to join as a panelist when you get the invitation, then we cannot hear your case, get your input on your case, and it will be heard without you. So please join now.
Can you join? I want to make sure.
Instead of emergency.
Where is he?
He's there now.
Did I? Don't see him.
Yeah, Andrea had the same problem. She didn't realize she pushed on the panelist.
What happened? Good afternoon. I'm gonna read your case into the hearing. Next case, page 11. Inspector Bernstein Sandberg, case number CE 230700304, case address 1110 West Commercial Boulevard, owner Universal Property and Casualty Insurance Company, personal service 9723, and posted as 1 East Broward 91423. Sir, will you please raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
Yes.
Good afternoon, City of Florida, Code Inspector Bernstein Sandberg, case number CE 23070304. Property address 1110 West Commercial Boulevard. This property is in compliance for 1812A. For the record, this is a recurrent violation. Refer to case number 22 CE 22120449 and case number CE 22080790. This case will be presented to the special magistrate seeking a finding of fact for the whether or not the violation complies prior to the hearing date. This property has a big commercial area, which they maintain, very nicely. On the outside of the property, they have a swell which abuts a neighborhood of a residential. And lately, we've been getting complaints they're not maintaining that area. So I just want Mr. Edward to understand that that part is also there to maintain. And we're putting into record that it's been recurring, and the next time we're gonna issue them a fine for that.
Okay, sir, please state your name for the record.
Edward Nasson.
Okay, sir, I understand that you keep the property up very well, except for that swale area that maybe you do not know is your responsibility. but that area is your responsibility. And so what the city is asking for me is just to find that the violation exists, but you won't get a fine today. You'd only get a fine if in fact it happens again.
Well, I can promise you it won't happen again. We've been maintaining it ever since we were aware that it was ours.
Well, I appreciate that, sir, and so it's complied for now, and hopefully, you know, we won't have a reoccurrence and there'll be no fines in the future.
I appreciate it. We have our own landscaper, so he works for the company and he's been maintaining it. I make sure he's there every week, so.
That's very much appreciated.
I do have a question though. I notice people are dumping debris on it as well now. So are we able to put some kind of like decorative chains or poles up to keep people from dumping on it or anything like that? Or can we put a fence around it to keep people? Is that possible?
The only thing you probably can put is, I noticed you have like, is it a wall, correct? You have a wall?
We have a wall.
You can probably put a sign
on
that,
our property, but on the outside of that, we didn't go on. We just made our wall straight.
you could probably put a small sign that says no illegal dumping. That's about it. The city don't allow you to put any ropes or anything of that nature on the swell.
Okay. All right.
All right, do the best you can. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Goodbye.
Bye.
We're gonna try Leandria. Get her on before I read her case in.
He's joining.
I'm just gonna page she's on now. What's good? Page 5. Next case, page 5, Inspector Gustavo Caracas, case number CE 23070779, case address 404 Northwest First Avenue, owner of 404 Northwest 1 LLC, posted at property 9523, posted at City Hall 91423. Ms. Walker, will you please raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
I do.
Good afternoon, Magistrate. City of Fort Lauderdale Code Compliance Inspector presenting case number CE 23070779 for the property located at 404 Northwest First Avenue. Inspection of the property was performed on July 25th and cited for the following violation. 18-1. There's graffiti at the property that is creating a public nuisance. It is being maintained in such a manner that the property may adversely affect and impair the economic welfare in adjacent properties. Magistrate, this is a recurring violation. This case is presented to you as a recurring violation for prior case CU 221000970, whether or not it comes into compliance before the special master. Courtesy notice was mailed to the property owner listed on BCPA via first class mail on July 25th, allowing 10 days to come into compliance. Contact has been made with the representative of the property. Special magistrate request form sent on August 8th and scheduled for today's special master. Pre-hearing inspection was done on September 25th, and the pictures presented here were taken to confirm the violation has been brought into compliance. Special magistrate, this case is only for a finding of fact.
Okay, please state your name for the record.
Leandria Walker.
Ms. Walker, you understand that because you brought the property into compliance, the city is only asking for a finding of fact that the violation did exist. So as a result of that, you won't be fined today, but if it happens again, you will be fined. Do you understand that?
Yes, but we know in this area, there's someone that just going around just tagging these, walls like crazy.
I understand and I sympathize with you, but unfortunately, the way the code is written, it's the property owner who's responsible to maintain it. So I can't police those people that come around. I'd certainly encourage you to report them, but ultimately, you're still responsible.
Okay, well, we should take care of it. I'm gonna be at the property more. I'll be there at least 3 times a week, so I'll be able to notice it, fairly quickly, so.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
More respondents.
We have one person that's here. We have to find out why they're here.
Well, could you
Like
put
surprise.
this on?
It's
And then-
on, let's find out why
And
it's
see
here.
why.
It's good. They sit back up.
The lady you spoke to, she's still on there. The lady you spoke to, she's still on there, so if you just wait a second. That's the address.
Can you tell us what address you're here for? Is he on?
West 17th Avenue,
I'm sorry, we didn't hear the first part.
631 on Northwest 17th Avenue. For
What's his name?
Jolly. It's for Jolly. Eamon Salah.
yes, that's my wife. Yes.
Did he sign up? Okay, is your wife there? Did you sign up to speak?
Yeah, I signed up. Yeah, I signed up. I'm not sure I'm supposed to be here, to be honest with you, because I went to the city of Fort Lauderdale after they sent me the letter to come, and they told me it's just been everything been complied since like June of 2020.
Okay.
Just want to make sure
Okay.
I don't want to, like.
Okay, we need you to submit your ID to special magistrate at fortlauderdale.gov.
I can show it to you.
Okay, that's good, but we also need you to submit it online, because your wife is signed up.
I did the registration,
All right, Patrice, let's hear this. Okay, so.
Huh?
We're going back.
We can do it. Can we have Guy read it in for his first meeting?
Next case, page 19, Inspector Patrice Jolly. And we'll have Guy Scheiderman presenting case number CE 23051015, case address 631 Northwest 17th Avenue. Owner Iman Salah, posted at property 9723, posted at 1 East Broward 91423.
Yeah.
Code officer.
Where did he go?
There he goes, coming back in.
We've got gentlemen here for this case as well.
Yeah.
Together.
So will you please raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
Yes, I do.
Go ahead, Guy.
Code officer Guy Siderman for the city, Fort Lauderdale, presenting case CE 23051015 for property located at 631 Northwest 17th Avenue. The property was first inspected on May 31st, 2023, and cited for the following violations: 9 TAC 363 complied, failure to register for residential rental dwellings within the city. Pre-application has not been submitted or is incomplete. 47 TAC 34-1 A1 complied. There is illegal land use occurring at this RS8 zone residential single family property. There is non-permitted outdoor storage of goods and materials, including but not limited to furniture, pools, coolers, buckets, totes, miscellaneous items. This is a recurring violation of previous case number CE 19041479. 9 TAC 304B complied. The asphalt driveway of the property and swell is not being maintained as required. There are stains and dirt oil throughout the surface. This is a recurring violation of previous case number CE 19041479. 9 TAC 280H1 complied. The fence at this property is in disrepair and is not being maintained as required. There are sections which are bent and are not secure to the support posts. The mesh screening attached to the fence is not secured properly and is torn loose. This is a recurring violation of previous case number CE 19041479. 18-12A complied. There is overgrowth, trash, rubbish, and debris on the property or it's swell. This is a recurring violation of previous case CE 19041479. All violations are compliance. The city is seeking a finding of fact for violations 47, tag 34, 1A, 19, tag 304B, 9, tag 280H1, and 18, tag 12A.
Sir, please state your name for the record.
Yes, my name is Ghassan Al Hindi.
Okay, you understand that the city acknowledges that the property has been brought into compliance, but is requesting a finding of fact that the violation did exist, so that if it happens again because of the recurring nature of the violation, you will be fined. Do you understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, all right, thank you very much.
Yeah,
Go on
Your
to the-
Honor. Your Honor, the reason I had a bad tenant, you know how it is. Sometimes you get a good apple, bad apple, and I'll stay on top of it. I got a good tenant now, and
I appreciate that.
I check more oftenly now. Before, she was with me for 4 or 5 years, but then I wasn't aware. I got comfortable with her, but then I stopped keeping my eye on her. But this time, I'll make sure like once a month or twice a month I'm in the area, I keep checking.
Okay, I appreciate that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Please.
That's it. We're done. Are you good to keep going?
Oh, I'm okay. Unless you need-
No, I'm good. If you're ready, I'm ready. Rhonda, you ready?
I'm ready.
Oh. And you're doing Dorian.
And JCR relocation. But I'm finished.
Are we ready? We're ready? Yes. All right, we're going through the list of non-respondents. We're gonna start with page 3. Inspector Edward Eason. Where's Amy?
No, that's about, I can read it in if you want me to.
All right, let's do it. Inspector Edward Eason, case number CE 230700562, case address 1408 Southwest First Street. Owner, Stephen G. Vankus, posted at property 9123, posted at 1 East Broward 91423.
Supervisor Stephanie Bass for the city of Fort Lauderdale. Case CE 230700562, address as just read in. 9-306 is complied. 9-304B, the rubber driveway and swale are not well graded and there are weeds growing through it. This is a recurrent violation for case CE 210013662. The case will be presented to the magistrate whether or not it comes into compliance prior to the hearing. Case 9-280H1 is in compliance. As soon as 9-304B is still out of compliance and it's a reoccurring violation that the city is going to be requesting 28 days to comply or $100 a day thereafter.
So order.
Next case, page 4. Inspector David Sandiford. Supervisor Stephanie Bass presenting case number CE 230700723, case address 2780 East Oakland Park Boulevard.
To the lobby, please. Veronica, to the lobby.
Owner 2780 East Oakland Park LLC, posted at property 9723, posted at City Hall 914, posted at 1 East Broward 91423.
Supervisor Stephanie Bass presenting the case CE 230700723, address as read. Senior Inspector Cleon, I'm sorry, the property was first inspected on July 26, 23, and the following violations were observed. 1812A, which has been complied, 4722.3.U.1. The window signs of this commercial establishment exceed 20% of the surface of the window. 47-23.9 signs have been erected without the required permits from the city of Fort Lauderdale. As of the last inspection on September 23rd, 2023, the violations remain as depicted in the photos. The city is asking for 28 days because they will have to get permits for it. So 28 days to comply. And since this is a commercial property, we're gonna ask for $100 a day thereafter.
So ordered.
Thank you.
Hold on, I got it. Next case, page 7. Inspector John Claude Noel, Supervisor Stephanie Bath, presenting case number CE 230600508, case address 1500 Northwest 7th Avenue. Owner Corbell G. Cooper, posted at property 9723, posted at City Hall 9/14/23.
1,500 Northwest 7%.
Yes.
Supervisor Stephanie Bath, the city of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case CE 230600508, address as read. Property was first inspected on 6/16/2023 for the following violations: 47-34.1.8.1, 9-313.8. I'm sorry, 47-34.1.8.1. There is illegal land use occurring at this RDS 15 property, therefore being used for outdoor storage or household items, including but not limited to 2-bed frames. Section 9-313A, the property is not identified by approved address numbers, are not displayed visible in the street. This is a recurrent violation. See previous case number CE 210400856. This case will proceed to special magistrate to obtain a finding of fact, whether it comes into compliance prior to the hearing. Section 9-280H1, the wood fence of this property is in disrepair and is not being maintained as required. There are sections which have damage and missing flags, leaning and not secured. 9-280B, there are bending parts which are deteriorated and not maintained. There are windows on the property that are damaged and in disrepair, which are also boarded. There are several cracks along the walls of this exterior property. Exterior bending walls shall be structurally sound, weather watertight, and maintained in a secure and attractive manner. 9-304B, the asphalt concrete driveway of this property is not being maintained. The surface has cracks and are damaged areas and is stained with dirt and oil. 9-305B, the landscaping of this property is not being maintained and uneven, well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover to include the swell. Violation 18-12A, there's trash, rubbish, leaves, and debris on the property, including but not limited to red bull can and other trash on the property. This is also a recurrent violation. See previous case number CE 210400856. This case will proceed to the magistrate to obtain a finding of fact whether or not it comes into the compliance prior to the hearing. The pre-hearing inspection was conducted on September 27th. The following violations are not complied, which is 47-34.8.1 and 9-313A, which the city is going to be requesting 10 days to comply or $100 a day thereafter. And for section 18-12A as well, 10 days to comply or $100 a day thereafter.
So ordered.
No, wait, 9-2881. 9-28, my apologies, didn't see the bottom part. For the following violations of 9-280H1 and 9-280B, 9-304B, and 9-305B, the city is asking 28 days to comply for those violations or fines in the amount of $100 a day thereafter.
So ordered.
Thank you, Magistrate.
Okay, so we hit them all, right?
Yes, next case, also page 7 on the bottom. Inspector John Claude Noel, Supervisor Stephanie Bass, presenting case number CE 230600443, case address 1455 Holly Heights Drive, owner Fusion Gardens Condo Association Inc., posted at property 9723, posted at City Hall 9/14/23. Posted at 1 East Broward, sorry, 9/14/23.
Supervisor Stephanie Bass, for the city of Fort Lauderdale, case CE 230600443, property address as read. The property was first inspected on June 15, 2023, for the violations depicted below, which is 47-19.4.E.1. There is a bulk container on the right of way of the property without having a dumpster, a bulk container on the right of way of the property without having the dumpster enclosure. The planned site without the required enclosure in the parking lot. Gonna reread that over again because I like the way he has a word here. 47-19.4.D.1. There's a bulk container on the right of way without the required enclosure.
Yeah, I can see.
A pre-hearing inspection was done on September 27th and the violation was not complied. The city is asking for 28 days to comply or find an amount of $100 per day thereafter. So, thank you.
Next case, page 8, Inspector John Caldwell, Well Supervisor Stephanie Bass, presenting case number CE 230600509. Case address 653 Northwest 15th Street, owner Corbo G. Cooper and Hilda Cooper, posted at property 9723, posted at 1 East Broward, 1423.
Supervisor Stephanie Bass for the case CE 230600509, property address is read. The property was first inspected on June 16, 2023. The following violations were found: 4734.1.8.1. There's an illegal land use occurring at this RDS 15 zone property. The property is being used for outdoor storage of household items, including but not limited to a mop, shopping cart, a ladder, and other items. 9-306, exterior building walls have not been maintained. Structural parts, including the fascia and soffit, of disrepair. There are areas of exterior that have stains and missing and fully paint. Section 9-305B, the landscape of the property is not being maintained and in need of well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground coverage, include the swell. Section 9-304B, asphalt concrete driveway at this property is not being maintained. The surface cracks and our damaged areas is stained with dirt and oil. Section 1812A, trash, rubbish, debris, and leaves on the property are needed as well, including but not limited to beer bottles and wooden debris. 18.4C was supplied, which is a derelict vehicle. Pre-hearing inspection conducted on September 27th. Following violations are not complied as depicted in the video. The city is requesting for section 47-34.8.1 and 18-12A. 10 days to comply or fine in the amount of $100 per day thereafter. For sections 9-306, 9-305B, and 9-304B, the city is requesting 28 days to comply per violation for each day, $100 a day thereafter for each violation that exists.
So ordered.
Next case, page 9, Inspector John Caldwell, Supervisor Stephanie Bass, presenting case number CE 230600720, case address 1115 Northwest 7th Avenue, owner BAF Assets LLC, posted at property 9723, posted at 1 East Broward, 91423.
Supervisor Bass for the city of Fort Lauderdale, case CE 230600720, address is read. Property was first inspected on June 22nd, 2023. The following violations were found: 1812A, which is non-compliance. 9-305B, the landscape of this property is not being maintained and a neat, well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover to include the swell area of the property. 9-304B is complied. 9-280B, there are windows on this property that are damaged and in disrepair, nailed shut. The ceiling in the master bedroom and the bathroom are in disrepair and has evidence of leaks in the interior building walls shall be structurally sound. Pre-hearing inspection was conducted on September 27th. The following violations, as read above, are not in compliance. Section 9-305B and section 9-280B. For section 9-305B, the city will request 28 days to comply or $100 a day thereafter. For the section 9-280B, because there are windows involved that are damaged and nailed shut, and that is probably an issue with the egress for the property as well, and that could be, so we're gonna ask for the minimum amount of 10 days to comply or a fine in the amount of $200 per day thereafter for that one.
So ordered.
Next case, page 13. Inspector Patrice Jolly, case number CE 2305036, case address 2151 Northwest 7th Street, owner Debod Investment LLC, posted at property 91523, posted at 1 East Broward, 91423.
Code Officer Guy Sadiman for the city of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case CE 230503886 for property located at 2151 Northwest 7th Street. This property was first inspected on May 14th, 2023, and cited for the following violations: 24 tag 29A complied. There is trash scattered about the dumpsters enclosed. This is a reoccurring violation of the following case, CE 22120527. This case will be referred to go before special magistrate whether compliance is met prior to the hearing or not. 47 tag 194D8 complied. There is a dumpster enclosure that is not maintained at this location. This dumpster enclosure has damaged gates and missing wood slate. This is a reoccurring violation of the following case number CE 22033037. This case will be referred to go before the special magistrate, whether compliance is met prior to the hearing or not. 18, Tech 12A complied. There is an overgrowth, trash, rubbish, and debris on the property and or its swell, including but not limited to the dumpster enclosure area. This is a recurring violation of the following case number CE 22030371. This case will be referred to before the special magistrate, whether compliant is met prior to the hearing or not. Property is now in full compliance. The city is seeking a finding of fact for each violation.
Next case, page 16, Inspector Patrice Jolly, case number, I'm sorry, Inspector Guy Sideman presenting case number CE, yes. Case number CE 230100564, case address 646 North of 15th Avenue, owner Arlene Boyd and Ella F. Taylor, posted at property 91523, posted at 1 East Broward 91423. Six four six North of 15th Avenue.
Can we just come right back to them? I'm gonna have a 17.
The next case will be page 17, Inspector Patrice Jolly, case number, Inspector Guy Sideman presenting case number CE 230500260, case address 1515 Northwest 6th Street, owner Cheryl B. Spears and Ruby Lynette Ashley, posted at property 9723, posted at 1 East Broward 91423.
Code Officer Guy Siderman for the city of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case CE 230500260 for property located at 1515 Northwest 6th Street. This property was first inspected on May 8, 2023, and cited for the following violations. 18 Tech 12A, there is overgrowth, trash, rubbish, litter, and debris on the property and or its swell. This is a recurring violation. Previous case number CE 21080578. As a result, this case will be presented to the special magistrate whether the violation is complied prior to the hearing or not. Property was posted, nuisance notice of violation, and the violation was brought into compliance. The city is seeking a finding of fact.
We're back, ready for page 16. Okay, back to page 16. Inspector Patrice Jolly, Inspector Guy Sideman presenting case number CE 230100564, case address 646 Northwest 15th Avenue, owner Arlene Boyd and Ella M. Taylor, posted at property 91523, posted at 1 East Broward 91423.
Code Officer Guy Siderman for the city of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case CE 230100564 for the property located at 646 Northwest 15th Avenue. The property was first inspected on January 23rd, 2023, and cited for the following violation: 47 TAC 34 1A1 complied, 9 TAC 306 complied. The exterior building walls have not been maintained. There are areas of the exterior that have stained and missing peeling paint. This is a recurring violation. Previous case number CE 190300652. This case would be presented to the special magistrate, whether or not it comes into compliance before the hearing. 9 TAC 305B complied. The landscape of this property and its swell is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover. This is a recurring violation of previous case number CE 190300652. This case will be presented to the special magistrate whether or not it comes into compliance before the hearing. 9 TAC 304B complied. 9 TAC 278E complied. There are hurricane shutters covering some of the windows of this occupied residential property. There is recurring violation. Previous case number CE 190300652. This case will be presented to special magistrate whether or not it comes into compliance before the hearing. All violations were brought into compliance. The city is seeking finding of fact of violations 9 TAC 278E 9 TAC 305B, and 47 TAC 341A1.
So ordered.
Next case, page 20, Inspector Patrice Jolly, Inspector Guy Sideman, presenting case number CE 2. Are you presenting this one? Inspector Patrice Jolly, presenting case number CE 23060004. Case address 1814 Northwest 8th Place, owner Milton R. Christie Jr. and Sheila M. Scott and Henderson B. Scott, posted at property 91223, posted at 1 East Broward 91423.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Senior Code Officer Patrice Raleigh for the city of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case CE 23060004 for the property located at 1814 Northwest 8th Place. This property was first inspected on June 1st, 2023, cited for the following violations. 9-305B, the landscape at this property and swales not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover. This is a repeat violation of previous case number CE 1905-1895. Violation 9-280H1, the chain link fence at this property is in disrepair and is not being maintained as required. There are sections which have bent posts and poles. There is a gate which is not secured. This is a repeat violation of previous case number CE 1905-1895 and 1812A, which is complied. So violations 9-305 and 9-280H1 remain. They're currently running fines at $25 a day per violation. The city is requesting that the fines be imposed and continue to accrue. $25. Right now, this at $2,850 per violation. Yes, per violation, which is 9-305B and 9-280B, 280H1.
Okay, so order.
Next case, page 21, is Inspector Patrice Jolly, case number CE 23060521, case address 1012 Northwest 2nd Street, owner Donahue D. George, posted at property 9623, posted at 1 East Broward 91423. This case is being rescheduled. Next case, page 23, Inspector Patrice Jolly, case number CE 23060456, case address 1527 Northwest 7th Street, owner Southeastern Conference Association of Seventh-day Adventists, Inc., posted at property 9623, posted at 1 East Broward 91423.
Senior Code Officer Patrice Raleigh presenting case from City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case CE 23060456 for the property located at 1527 Northwest 7th Street. This property was first inspected on June 14, 2023, and cited for the following violations. 9-363 complied. 24-29A is complied. 9-306, the exterior building walls have not been maintained. There are areas of the exterior that has stains, cracks, missing, and peeling paint. 9-305B, the landscape of this property and swale is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover. 9-305A, there is growth of landscape material which is encroaching upon the public right-of-way. 9-304B, there is a vehicle parked on the grass lawn area of this property. The asphalt driveway is not being maintained as required. The surface is faded and it has cracks and damage and is covered with trash and debris. 9-280H1, the chain link fence at this property is in disrepair and is not being maintained as required. There are sections which are not secured and have damaged vent posts. 9-280B, there are building parts which are deteriorating and not maintained. There is a window at the rear which is cracked and broken. The concrete walkway which allows access to each unit as well as the property is also in disrepair, having cracks and damage, including being stained with dirt. 9-279G, there is a water spigot on the rear of the property which is damaged and has a bent pole and is also missing the knob operated. There is another plumbing pipe which is open to the elements that should have a cover to not allow anything to enter or exit the plumbing piping and ensure it is operating properly. 9-278G, there are several windows throughout both units of the property which do not have required screens to protect against mosquitoes, flies, or other insects. I haven't been able to get any access to the property other than the street, like no contact from the property owner. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted yesterday, the 27th of September, and the violations remain as expected. So the city is requesting 28 days to comply at $50 a day per violation.
Inspector, is this an occupied property?
It's not occupied, but it's I think it's a tenant in unit 2. It's the other side, so it's a church that owns it across the street. We've had issues with them before with that property.
Your Honor, I would respectfully suggest $100 a day per violation. There's a laundry list based upon the inspector's statement that he's had no contact and based on the fact that they aren't in attendance today.
Yeah, cut off.
So.
18-12.
And 18-12A also is the last one. I don't think we got cut off any printer.
It's not competitive.
It's not compliant, no.
And 28 days, 100 for all violations.
Yes, ma'am.
Got it. Next case, page 24, Inspector Bober examines case number CE 230401448, case address 1400 Chateau Park Drive, owner Marlon M. Padilla Valicilo, posted at property 9/15/23, posted at 1 East Broward 9/14/23.
Thank Good afternoon, Your Honor. Officer Exemptions on behalf of the City of Fort Lauderdale Committee Enhancement. Case number CE 23040148, property address 1400 Chateau Park Drive. This property was first inspected on April 5th, 2023, and the following violation were observed. Violation 9-305B. The landscape of this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover, including the.
Do we have pictures? Yes. Okay.
Including the swell area. Violation 47-34.1.8.1. There's illegal land use occurring at this property. There is outdoor storage included but not limited to a table, PVC pipes, and other miscellaneous items. This is not permitted per ULDR of this RS8 zone, single family residence. Violation 18-12A, there's trash, rubbish, and debris on this property as well. A notice of hearing was posted on the property on September 15, 2023. Pre-hearing inspection was conducted on September 22nd, 2023. Revealed as depicted in the photos, the city is requesting 28 days to comply or a fine of $25 for each violation each day thereafter.
So next case, also page 24, Inspector Bober examines case number CE 230400153, case address 1349 Chateau Park Drive, owner Raymond Joseph, posted at property 9/15/23, posted at City Hall 9/14/23.
Again, good afternoon, Your Honor. Officer Exemptions on behalf of City of Fort Lauderdale Community Enhancement, case number CE 23040153, property address 1349 Chateau Park Drive. This property was first inspected on April 5th, 2023, and the following violation were discovered. Violation 9-280H1 is complied. Violation 18-4C is complied. Violation 9-305B. The landscape of this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover that include the swell area. Violation 47-21.9.K. Decorative stone or gravel is being utilized at this location in excess of the maximum percentage, 10% of the total landscape area on the swell. A notice of hearing was posted on the property September 15, 2023. Pre-hearing inspection was conducted on September 22nd, 2023, revealed as depicted in the photos. The city is requesting 28 days to comply or fine of $25 for each violation each day thereafter.
Next case, page 25, Inspector Bober examines case number CE 2305. Case number CE 230405590, case address 1619 Northwest 13th Street, owner JD Real Estate LLC, posted at property 9/15/23, posted at 1 East Broward 9/14/23.
Officer Exensis on behalf of City of Fort Lauderdale Community Enhancement, case number CE 2304-0590, property address 1619 Northwest 13th Street. This property was first inspected in June 22nd, 2023, and the following were observed. Violation 18-12A is complied. Violation 9-308, there are multiple broken and missing roof tiles. The roof is not in a good repair and not weather or watertight. Violation 9-305B, the landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and welcome appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover, including the swell area. Violation 9-306, the exterior building walls have not been maintained. Structural parts, including fascia boards and walls are stained and dirty. There are area of the exterior that have stains and missing peeling paints. Violation 9-304B is in compliance. Violation, a notice of hearing was posted on property on September 14, 2023, and the pre-hearing inspection was conducted on September 22nd, 2023, revealed as depicted in the photos. The city is requesting 63 days to comply or fine of $50 for each violation each day thereafter.
So ordered. Next case, also page 25, Inspector Bovary examines case number CE 2305038. Case address 1343 Chateau Park Drive, owner Otterdale Homes LLC, posted at property 91323, posted at 1 East Broward 91423.
Young man, if I may, this case is in compliance, so I have to read it in.
Next case, page 26. Inspector Bovary examines case number CE 2306087. Case address 1606 Northwest 14th Street, owner Rodney R. Robinson, posted at property 91323, posted at 1 East Broward 91423.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Officer Exensis on behalf of City of Fort Lauderdale Community Enhancement, case number CE 23060087, property address 1606 Northwest 14th Street. This property was first inspected in June 6, 2023, and the following violation were discovered. Violation 47-34.1.8.1. There's illegal land use occurring at this property. There's outdoor storage at this property included, but not limited to refrigerator, buckets, ladder, shipping containers, and other miscellaneous item. This is not permitted per the ULDR of this RS8 zone, single family residence. Violation 9-304B, there are trailer park on the grass, and the gravel driveway has weeds, grass and weeds going through it. Violation 9-306, the exterior building walls have not been maintained. Structural parts, including fascia boards, are rotten, dirty, and vegetation is growing on the wall. There are area of the exterior that have stains and missing peeling paints. Violation 18-12A, there's overgrowth, trash, rubbish, and debris on this property. And it's well, the city, a notice of hearing was posted on property on September the 13th, 2023. And a pre-hearing inspection was conducted on September the 20th, 2023, revealed as depicted in the photos. The city is requesting 63 days to comply or fine of $25 for each violation each day thereafter.
Next case, page 28, Inspector Bovary examines case number CE 230600246. Case address 1006 Northwest 13th Street, owner Cessany Property Management LLC, posted at property 91323, posted at 1 East Broward 91423.
Again, Your Honor, case and address as read by the clerk. Property was first inspected in June 8th, 2023, and the following violation were observed. Violation 47-34.4.B.1. There's overnight parking of a commercial vehicle at this location. Violation 18-12A is complied. Violation 9-306, the exterior building walls have not been maintained. Structural parts, include the fascia boards, are rotten. In disrepair, there are areas of the exterior that have stains and missing peeling paints. Violation 9-280H1, the wooden fence at this property is in disrepair and are not being maintained as required. The fence is stained and dirty with missing panels and broken panels. Notice of hearing was posted on the property on September 13, 2023. Pre-hearing inspection was conducted on September 20, 2023, revealed as depicted on the photos. The city is requesting 28 days to comply or fine of $50 for each violation each day thereafter. I just want to read, the last one.
Yeah, what's that?
46.
I want to skip to 46 so he can read 36, so he can, is it 36?
46.
It can't be 46, it can't be 30.
36.
46. 37. I want to skip to page 37 because he wants to read this case and then I'll go back. Next case, page 37, Inspector Bovary Xantis, case number CE 230100086. Case address 1124 Northwest 17th Street, owner Nathan and Margot Powell. This case was first heard 6/29/23 to comply by 8/31/23. 4 sections not complied at $25 per day. $2,800 accrued. The city is requesting the full amount and the fines continue to accrue.
Your Honor, Officer Xantis, behalf City of Philadelphia Community Enhancement. The case is in compliance and the city is requesting no fine to be imposed. Yeah, everything's in compliance. No fines. I'll get that for you.
And now we'll go back to page 34, case number, Inspector Leonard Champagne, case number CE 230500489. Case address 2160 Northeast 56th Street, owner 2160 Fort Lauderdale LLC. This case was first heard 8/8/23 to comply by 8/18/23. 1 section complied at $500 per day, $13,500 accrued. The city is requesting the full amount. Next case, page 35, Inspector Bernstein Sandberg, case number CE 230312, case address 3312 Northeast 15th Street, owner Jackal Homes 7 LLC. This case was first heard 7/27/23 to comply by 8/6/23. 1 section not complied at $50 per day, $2,650 accrued. The city is requesting the full amount and the fines continue to accrue. Next case, also Inspector Bernstein Sandberg, case number CE 230200410, case address 3300 Northeast 17th Street, owner Las Olas by the Sea LLC. This case was first heard 7/27/23 to comply by 8/31/23. 2 sections not complied at $50 per day, $2,800 accrued. The city is requesting the full amount and the fines continue to accrue. Next case, page 37, Inspector John Claude Noel, case number CE 230200369, case address 711 Northwest 18th Street, owner Leonard Unger. This case was first heard 5/25/23 to comply by 7/27/23. 1 section complied at $50 per day, $1,500 accrued. The city is requesting the full amount, and this is also in order to vacate the order imposing fine of 5/25/23 and to reimpose. Next case, page 40, Inspector Patrice Jolly, case number CE 230200550, case address 1319 Northwest 11th Court, owner Augusta Reese. This case was first heard 7/27/23 to comply by 8/6/23 and 8/31/23. 4 sections not complied at $25 per day, $3,425 accrued. The city is requesting the full amount and the fines continue to accrue. Next case, page 42, Inspector David Sandifer, case number. Oh, okay. Mentioned in ours. And we said that right. The city is requesting to enter pages 44 and 45 into today's hearing as an exhibit. It is the city's list of compliant, closed, withdrawn, and rescheduled cases. This concludes the special magistrate hearing for Thursday, September 28, 2023.